Oh, the loud shit. Thought I was just turning it. I didn't know it was gonna be hot. Well, I'm here. Hello. Welcome to the Afterparty. I hope you enjoyed the album. That's it. That's the last batch of original High on Case songs. That will be released. I have one more thing in the pipe, and it's a cover album. It's like a double album. I've done a lot of covers. And I want to get them out there. But sorry, I'm a little frazzled. To be honest, this was a really I can't talk. This was a really emotional project for me. I had to go back. Hang on, let me turn this fucking music down. Anyway, this is a really emotional project for me, going back to some of these songs, especially like the subject matter, the things that they're about, exploring them, fleshing them out. In some ways trying to put myself in the headspace of me from half my life ago. And in some ways, like trying to reinterpret what I did, like now, you know, with me now, and my current headspace. And, man, it was a wild ride. Last year, around this time, the apartment across from mine caught fire. This happened to be 10 years after my house had caught fire, which is part of the impetus for me writing Smoke Damage, which was, I think, the first song in the Patreon era. That was like the beginning. So I, you know, after doing another, I was like, I can't top that. I cannot think of a better way to get my sound across. So, I'm like, well, I have a reason to revisit Smoke Damage because I'm kind of feeling that one right now. And then that just sort of led to like, well, next year's going to be the anniversary of So Far coming out. What if I did like a couple of these? And the selection of songs had changed over time. I'm still the moon right now because I'm like pacing around my room. I'm trying to like get my bearings as I'm talking about this. The selection of songs was very different early on, but I decided to narrow it down to just stuff from So Far, and like earlier. And I think the songs I chose and the common threads and lyrical motifs that run through them, like, it's fun to take like things from forever ago that had their own context and their own order or whatever, and kind of arrange them into a new, more concise narrative. But nonetheless, difficult. Anyway, I'm vamping to kill time as I load up my project files, because what I want to do this stream is track breakdowns. Oh, I think I know what I have to do. See, there's a thing that happens around here where I will spend weeks, months, doesn't matter how long, trying to set up for something, And then suddenly, right before I'm supposed to do it, something breaks. I came down here to set up stream, and my guitar amp sim plugins weren't working. So like the whole time that the EP thing was happening, I was like trying to fix my setup. I'm still working on it. But I'm here. I can answer questions about any of the tracks once I have them up, or just in general, now that I'm here. Until I can actually get shit going. I'm trying one trick, which apparently takes a bit, but is known to solve it. God, I hate when things just update behind your back. I gotta stop turning on automatic updates for like everything. I just gotta turn that off of everything. That's what I need to do. Waves will update and it'll fuck my shit up. Logic will update and it'll fuck my shit up. Amplitude, IK will update and it'll fuck that up. Like, there's too many variables here. Are there any tracks you took off the Again track list that you'd still like to redo one day? I have a re-recording and a rearrangement of Love You Like a Dog. That is the one that I use for live shows, that I chop up for live shows. I haven't polished that up and made it a releasable thing yet, and that was one of the tracks I was thinking of putting on this. That's the one that stands out. I think there were one or two songs from Sick that I wanted to do, but I can't remember what they were anymore. I think the first rewrite that came to me was the first rewrite that came to me was C'est La Vie. I was just messing around with that on my piano back at my old house, and I suddenly just came up with a different meter. I was just trying to remember how the song fucking went, because I never remember how that song goes. And I just kind of came up with a different meter for the chorus that sounded catchier, and I was like, oh, huh. And from then, the idea of not just like revisiting or remixing or, you know, changing the composition, or changing the arrangement but keeping the composition mostly the same, then it kind of changed to like, what if I, like, you know, what if this track from my first album was on another? You know, how would I do it? I want to be able to show off my tracks, but my guitar, like, I won't be able to show off the fucking guitars. Oh my god. I just reinstalled it too, and I restarted after. I did everything right. Anyway. Yeah, C'est La Vie is way easier to listen to now. I wish I could open the project file. Fuck. You know, man, I'm gonna have to like mock up the guitars with other guitar patches on the fly just to get them to sound similar. Are we ever going to hear the acoustic smoke damage mix mentioned in 2016? Oh. I don't think that ever got done. I don't think that was ever made. Because I don't think I have one. There was an acoustic version of Smoke Damage that I was planning in 2021, 2022-ish. when we got the pump organ. But I didn't end up doing that either because we moved the pump organ and it was a hassle to set up and one of the keys broke. It's at the end of the Smoke Damage YouTube video? Oh, that's probably somewhere. I used to export reprises where I would mute like half the tracks for like a little end screen on YouTube. I still do that sometimes. I don't know. I don't know where that is. I genuinely wouldn't know. Oh my god. Guys, I think my plugin shit is broken. I think I'm gonna have to figure out another way to do the stream I plan to do. Oh, this sucks. It sucks is literally right before the fucking... I had this all set up yesterday. Yeah, I mean, like, I could do that. I could do that live on stream now. Okay, give me one moment to fuck with some audio stuff, and then I'm gonna come on camera for real. I'm gonna get on camera and actually be on stream and share my screen. And I'll open Smoke Damage first, because the guitars aren't that important on that one. So give me one more minute. Here I am. And... Whoa, that's... What's happening here, actually? That's not the frame. That's like way zoomed in. What's happening? Nah, let's do this one. There we go. Yeah. I'm over here now. Is that sharing the wrong screen? What the fuck? Oh. That's weird. It's using the keys analysis from the Anyway. The funny thing about this being my like stream like lobby music is it's functionally the same thing that Again, the Mixed Feelings soundtrack is functionally the same thing that Again is, but for an older soundtrack for an older VN that never finished. Anyway, welcome. I'm here. We'll be really. That was my stream. Where's my chat? Why don't I see the goddamn chat window? Everything is missing. Chat. That's fucking, that's Twitch. Oh my god. Dex. Chat. That's Twitch too. Where's the YouTube chat? That's the control panel. Okay, I'll pop chat out here. Ah. Alright. Everything broke, but that's fine. Let me just link this. All right. There we go. And then pull you back out. Yes. Yes. So, let's talk about these songs. And also, let me get my light up here real quick. So let's start with Smoke Damage, since that was the first one that I really redid. The guitars are gonna sound like trash when they start. I'm getting sick and tired. Unless a miracle happens. Oh, this actually doesn't use amplitude. Yes, I tried the blue pill, clearly didn't try enough. I know I'm not okay, but nothing's broke. Oh yeah, none of them do, thank God. Oh, maybe gotta let me die when my dreams go up in smoke. There we go. Oh wait. Okay. There we go. Now we got the old lighting back. So, someone's here. Okay. So, when I first thought of this song, it was like, it was this melody. And originally it was just this. But I wanted to add like some more metallic shimmer to it, so I doubled it with a Celesta and a little hammered dulcimer sample. And it's all very static, like one... It's all very digital, right? Like it's one velocity over and over again. And it sounds sample choppy because there are actual other sample chops that occur around it. So it kind of just fits into that weird, dreamy, fake kind of thing. I'm using a kalimba and... What is that? What is that? A clav and... A bozoki? I'm not sure what those are. This is the second thing that came to me. It was just these little up and down, plucky... And I just wanted this to sound like... I wanted the top one to sound really metal-y, really metallic and shimmery. So I picked three things that kind of filled out that, like, sound profile, I guess. And they're weird when they're together. You can't really tell what that sound is or is supposed to be. Especially when there's like reverse reverb under it. This has, I put this on here recently. This is the, hey, can I make screen big? Yeah, and then me tiny. Oh God, I'm so tiny. Why is the video feed that small? What happened? Give me a little bit more than that. Okay. Man, that's really noisy. I wonder if I make it brighter in here, if that'll help. What if I... Actually... Let's go back to this. It's not gonna fucking do it, is it? Yeah, it's not. It's not gonna do it. Oh, because I don't even have a Cam 1 on here. I don't even have a Cam 1 on here. Oh. Here's me again. That's less grainy. Let's use this one. Ugh. I hate wearing headphones for long periods of time. The reason I have the hat over me is because if you have glasses and you have headphones like this, they're constantly fucking pressed into your temples. So I lose some of the highs when I have headphones on because I'll have the hat on all the time. But I don't care. It gives me like a few more hours of tolerating the headphones on my head. The ears, rather. Hello, Raylan. This... Wait, what? Hi? Wait, it's trying to translate the hi to say this. That's so weird. What language does it think that is? There. Wait, what if I... Wait, no. No, you. 2 angles. No, that's terrible. That's weird. I don't want to do that. That's such a mood. I just squint to be able to see my screen instead of wearing glasses. I technically could probably get by without glasses. Mixing from like this. Yeah, actually, from the distance I would be sitting away from my screen, I probably could get by without glasses. Anyway, I was talking about this track. So, a lot of this instrumentation is just the same as it was in the original project. But there is... This reverb is just called Texture 47. What does that sound like? So that itself has like this dreamy shimmer to it, you know? Let's compare this, bring it back. I'm too blind for glasses to help. Yeah. Eyes suck. I hate them. It's unfortunate we have them. At all, in fact. I would rather see nothing. That's not true. I would rather nobody see nothing. I would rather nobody see anything. I think sight is overrated. So, I don't know. Where is texture? Momentary Spark is the name of this preset. Which I obviously I saw that back in the day, and without even listening to it, I was just like, yeah, that's the one. Momentary Spark. Sometimes you just gotta go with the vibe. I like to, basically in every track, I'll cut a little, like, pit out in around like 3K-ish, because that's usually where like the most present part of the vocals are. And then usually somewhere between 500 and 1K, because that's just like the cardboard box frequency. It's like, and you need a little bit of those mids in every track, but you want to leave a little bit of a gap for the mids of another track to be able to stand out. And so like pretty much every one of my EQs, you're gonna see like a cut on one or both sides, and there will be like 2 divots for like, it's like shakshuka. Pocketing. So everything follows that. There's this pluck melody here. This was the second thing that I really came up with. I have it played on guitars, but like the same philosophy as the first one, where I was trying to make them like dreamy and mystical and metallic. I just wanted something that was really plucky, and so I just picked 3 things that sounded plucky. I love how buzzy this one is. Buzoki. It sounds like it's got like doubled courses too. It's got like a resonance to it. Kalimbas are nothing but pluck. Kalimbas are pluck the instrument. Yeah, it's got that little bit of buzz there when it hits a high note. Gives you a little bit of a metal twang in there, randomly. And then a clav, which is the weirdest instrument, but it's used in a lot of stuff. It's got a weird phasey effect on it. I don't know if I think that's just something you do in effects. Yeah, it's just a flanger that's in the thing itself. Default preset. So I definitely just kind of went and figured out a clav sound for this. I guess to fill in the gaps. The other 2 things that are playing this, I doubled it on guitar. So... Yeah, and then I kind of do this rock between the dun 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 dun, and then reverse it the second time in between the plucks. As you always want to do like a little something extra with the second half of your sections, basically. And also, chord change. And that becomes, it's funny because it's weird how changing one note in a line can sort of already imply the chords, you know, to it. It already implies like the context underneath it. And once you have that, then it's a matter of just coming up with chords to go underneath it. And I remember, let's see here. Let's grab one of these. Let's grab a random one of these samples. And let's make a new track. Okay. Let's paste it. I don't want to copy any automation data. And I'm just curious. Yeah. So I think I just played a bunch of the chords for the piano, and I think I recorded this on my phone mic. I can't recall. No, that's an actual MIDI render. So that's the clip, right? And so I chop sampled that piano. That's also what you hear as the reverse. Oh no, that's the wrong part. But I don't think you ever hear that original thing in full in its entirety in the whole song. But I just took that and chopped the shit up. And then this gets some distortion to it. This gets some, this is actually also getting a low octave pitch shift, which I actually didn't know that was happening. And I take, oh, it loaded. Oh! It worked. Okay, I'll be able to go through the other songs now. Oh, everything worked out. Cool. Thank you, God. Do you do more cuts for EQ than boosts? Especially since you have a lot of tracks. I'm assuming it's easier to keep more clean streamlined by cutting. You always want to cut something from every track. You cannot, if you are like me, and this is a 96 track song, if you are like me and you have that many tracks, you need to identify the part of the sound that actually adds something to the composition, and you focus on like cutting out excess. Sometimes you want the upper harmonics and you want the air and stuff to remain, and like you can keep all that at the top end, but usually there's a bunch of bass, rumble, impact noise, and whatnot from tracks that you want to cut out. And there's usually like a room resonance frequency or just like a sensitive frequency that the microphone has that you want to be able to identify and compensate for. It's around 490 to 520-ish for the, I don't have the mic in here, the C414 that I record most of my vocals on. I don't have it memorized offhand for some of my other mics, but I know that one because that's the workhorse. Welcome, Juniper. Congrats on another release. Yeah, I'm releasing music again. It's called Again. It's been lovely to follow you for all these years, hoping for many more. Yeah, I'm still gonna keep at it. For High on Case specifically, there's a cover album that I want to do, and there's also, you know, Case Jackal is going to be what my next full album is going to be on. I'm going to be doing Jacqueline 2. I put out one, like, you know, teaser for it, teaser single last October. I've been writing more songs. I've been getting some collabs lined up. And next month on August 16th, my friend Ash is putting out an EP. Do I have a link to this anywhere? Hang on. Oh, I'm gonna have to go through Discord, and I don't know if I want to pull up Discord on stream and scroll. Hang on. Anyway, my friend Ash with a knight Unicode symbol at the end of it, is putting out an EP called Drift FM. It's like dance disco tracks, and it's got a couple features from a couple weird furries, and I'm one of them. And I do a song. I'm on a song called Drift Battle in an Asda Car Park. And I was handed a beat that was named that and told this is what the title of the song is going to be no matter what you do. And I'm like, okay. So I ended up coming up with a song about finding new and exciting ways, new and exciting reasons to run from the cops. So there's that. But beyond all of this, more, you know, beyond all of this upcoming stuff, like the immediate stuff, there is another bigger project that I want to start up. It's sort of a return to some multimedia stuff that I experimented with several years ago, and returning to that universe to do a something different that will still require many full albums worth of music and many music videos and so on and so forth to do. But I'm kind of giving up the journaling thing. I don't think there's going to be any more High End Case albums. If I think about like the period of time I was writing that music for that, you know, persona, I guess, for that, like, you know, overarching thing, like, I started when I was like 16. There's Ash's Blue Sky announcement for it, yeah. I started when I was 16, and I'm 32. And that just feels like, you know, 2 powers of 2, round it out. I don't think there's any more that I can write for High End Case. I think I've said most of what I want to say, and I want to explore. But oh my god, I want to explore universes that I have not been able to yet. That I have been, but not fully. I'll say that. So there's things I'm planning. There's stuff I'm gonna do. I'm lost trying to talk while Dead Pos Society. That's right. 3 S's in a row. Here, share this. This is my friend's EP. Or album. It's a full album. There's a lot of tracks on it. Anyway. Promos aside, I stopped at the coolest part about this, which I decided to make left and right tracks, so the piano bit, it hops. And it's such a weird pattern. There is a pattern to it, but it's kind of strange. It kind of buffers itself. It doesn't really stick. Like, this has sort of... The pattern of the right side is sort of inside out what the left side pattern is. I don't know. As long as it's coming out of your think pan, I'm sure it'll be great. Here's hoping. I'm learning a lot of things. I've learned so many skill sets, and some of the things that I've done with like my music videos over the past couple of years has been employing those skill sets, and I'm going to be leaning into that further. Anyway, I want to talk about. Oh, this is actually a Studio Grand. This is actually not the piano I thought it was. Okay, we'll talk about that in another song. I'm pretty sure I used it somewhere else. Here it is. This is the Yamaha CP80. Are you going to respond to my clicks? Good plugin. Let's try this again. There we go. This is a copy of an electric piano that was in my living room when I was a kid. It had like a little guitar jack out of it. It had these tone knobs and these little switches on it. And it sounded so twangy. It was the twangiest piano ever. Because it's a piano with guitar pickups. I love the sound of it, and I use it so much. It's like this 70s, 80s piano sound. And I'm usually compressing it and restricting the range that it has. It sounds like that. That's the sound of this piano. That's with effects and stuff. If I were to just solo like... Oh, is that really being phased? Yeah, that's what I remember it sounding like. Especially through our fuzzy little amp that we had in the living room. I say little, it was a huge motherfucker. Yeah. The other thing that came to me early on was this idea. Keep in mind, I was writing this in 2013, I wrote this in 2015. And the style of music that I'd started with, like, you know, I started doing it in like 2012-ish. I'm in a very mid-2010s era, and in that era, big whoa-oh sections were like in every song. It was like in every hit song. It was the start of, you know, stomp clap invading everything. And so like it used to just be part of my composition. I do less of it now because I just don't I don't know. I feel like the vocalization's got to matter, you know? I don't feel like just throwing more. I like doing big layered vocal things, but I prefer to put words to them. The O's got to mean something, you know? But I came up with this. And there's a few interesting things going on with the mix here. So this one, okay, there's nothing with that. Here's one. This has a robotize filter on it, so that along with the note that is being sung, it's also just holding a pitch. It's holding an E3. So it's mixed about a little less than half of the signal. I'm going to imagine that there's, yeah, same one on the other side. I fuck up some of the notes, but there's so many layers that you kind of just, it just sort of makes it sound more real. Yeah, this one, nothing happens to that one, nothing happens to that one. I think it may just be, oh no, there's these. Go away. Yeah, and then this one stays at A3. So the drone notes on these are a fifth apart. Yeah. I think the fullest that I do... Where's the fullest mix of this? Like here? Yeah. Just like with a synth, you have to actually put the oscillators out of tune for it to feel bigger and fuller, otherwise it's small and loud. Interestingly, my DAW does that for me. Is it on? I want to know. I want to know if it's on. It's my secret weapon. It's actually not on this song. Wow. Wow. This was pre-HMT. Holy shit. So, for a lot of my songs, I use a thing called Hermode tuning. This will automatically adjust the temperament of notes. Like, it'll automatically tune what notes are in MIDI and in the auto tuner, etc., based on the harmonic series of what it reads the root note to be. So it finds out the root and will find out subsequently what harmonics any notes above that should lock into that are the most consonant, the closest to simple harmonic ratios. It'll nudge everything out of equal temperament. I actually love HMT. I'm actually going to turn it on for the rest of this because I want to hear if it sounds any different. Actually, let's listen. Let's hear if it sounds any different. Okay, now equal tempered. It's actually really hard to tell on this because there's so much recorded shit, it actually isn't changing much. I'll leave it equal temperament. I know at least one of the others is HMT. But yeah, no, I usually do like things to be a little bit out of equal temperament. Anyway. I have a video where I made an additive synth with all the harmonic series tuned to equal temperament. With all the harmonic series tuned to equal temperament? Oh, so like backwards. That's weird. That would probably sound fucking disgusting, honestly. It would probably, okay, that would probably sound like the feeling people want you to have when they tell you that A440 is a conspiracy and A432 is the real tuning music should be at. That's the feeling that hearing that gives me, just the description. It sounded really nasty. Yeah. Yeah. That is the thing. That's the thing about equal temperament. How it relates to the circle of fifths, how it relates to, you know, like the octave and the way that we divide it in general. Like, if you are to follow, like, from the harmonic series, a circle of fifths up, you will never wrap around to an octave. Octaves are powers of 2. Like, if you were to multiply a wave, like, you cannot do it. Because you'll never find a power of 2 that is also a multiple of 3. It does not, those don't happen. So as you stack fifths on fifths on fifths with harmonic series intervals, in like the harmonic series version of the fifth, if you keep stacking that interval, you end up falling off of root. And so you have to compromise it. You have to tame the beast. You have to tame the fucking dragon. You have to make a compromise with it to shave a couple cents off so that everything can click and line up into being equal temperament. It's like a fascinating concept to me. And it's a thing that will emerge over and over again in music and over again in anything. If you try to distill something, if you try to take the most perfect thing, you know, in harmony, the only thing besides an octave or unison that is like truly consonant with that frequency or its octaves is the perfect fifth. So like if you take that and you keep like, let's build something off of this perfect interval, eventually you fall off course. You cannot chase perfection forever or it will uproot you. Anyway. Or rather, you cannot compound perfection forever, or you will be uprooted. Okay, there's a thing that I do here that I never do anymore. On the kick. These drums and the piano chopping, the ideas for both of those, there's a stereo delay on this fucking kick. Like, nobody should do this. And I would never do this now. I almost took it off, but I was like, I think it's just, it adds like a sort of subtle arena, like big open feeling to it, because the kick is a really bassy thing. If you're used to being at like a festival or somewhere far away and you hear a loud thing happening in the distance, it's kind of got that slap to it. And it makes it feel big as like a subtle thing. That and the piano chopping are both ideas that I got from a Jack Antonoff song. Can you guess the Jack Antonoff song? I think it had just come out in 2014 when I had just started writing this shit. Yeah. Hang on. Play the song.
Here, my husband and you as well told me I was creating drama.
Holy shit, just give me the song. Hi, I'm Case would not exist if it was not for this song.
Hey, I hear the voice of a preacher from the back room, calling my name and I follow just to find you. I trace the faith to a broken down television and put on the weather. Then I've trained myself to give up on the past, cause I've frozen time between her
You hear the piano chops?
and caskets. Lost control when I panicked at the acid chest. I wanna get better. While my friends were getting high and chasing girls down Parkway lines.
There's this really lo-fi, barely, like not super present, but really like low-end percussion. Screaming at the car, hey! Yeah. Yeah. So that, like, Jack Antonoff, he's produced a couple other songs. And the delay on the kick is from another song he produced. From a year before, I think. Yeah. And then the kick just starts doing this. I stole the fuck out of that. Like, I was ripping off Jack Antonoff's production real heavy early on. First album, real heavy on the Jack Antonoff inspo. I'm gonna be totally honest. So, I got big electric kit. I got a big snare. I start with just sort of like a papery clap. Then I boost some lows, cut out the bass, give it a little gated reverb, so it's got that 80s snare thing to it, and squeeze it all together. I remember you were in Kylie's Color of Brave, so now all the dots are connecting. Yeah, I have done a couple covers of songs and then put out songs a couple months later that are like just super heavily inspired by those. Like, you know, the inspiration, I've always worn the inspiration on my sleeve. I feel like the covers that I post on Patreon, case.dog/join, everybody, if you're not a patron, I feel like all the covers that are up on Patreon are all things that are like obvious inspirations to me. And that's what I want the cover album to be, is just like the ones that are the most glaringly obvious, like, oh yeah, okay. I think I did a cover of I Want to Get Better. I'm gonna be totally real. I think, did I not do a cover? I totally did. I totally did a cover of I Want to Get Better. Holy shit, I forgot about this. Train myself to give up on the past, 'cause I filled some time between hearses and caskets. This says 6 years ago. This was not 6 years ago. This would have been 2013. Or no, this would have been 2014. Control when I panicked at the acid test. I don't wanna get better. No, my friends are getting high and chasing girls down Parkway lines, and I'm losing. The drums are not even there. The harmonies are all from the stems of the original song. That's why I never really put this out. Yeah. Wow. I didn't know how to do it back then. I really didn't know how to do it. It took me a couple of years to figure out how to do it. The bass is different on this version than it used to be. Oh my god. Oh my god, the tape delay. Let's listen to the original bass. Oh, it's so quiet. Let's see. Yeah, I had that little cutoff, like, modulation or something there. Or is that on here? Yeah, it's on here. Oh, okay, so all of the automation is actually also on the new bass track. Then I added a picked bass sample. But the original bass was just like sub bass with some buzz to it. I re-recorded it last year with an actual bass. And it sort of just takes on some of the sonic character of the buzzy synth bass. And all the automation's still there. I definitely have this side chained. Yeah. The kick and a couple other things are going to a side chain, so it ducks the bass out of the way. Another thing that I did, I think both originally and this time around, is I gave Logic's drummer just free reign to do, I gave the Logic fucking auto drummer just free reign to do a tom pattern over the chorus. Just so I could distort the fuck out of it. I just needed bit crushy. That bit crusher shit, like that bit crush percussion is also like a Jack Antonoff thing. So that fills out the percussion. I have a couple other things. I have shakers, like subtle. I have a thing that I do every track in perpetuity forever, and I take some big cymbal hits and the piano along with it. So it has like a little fade up. I wish Logic multi-band comp had that sidechain. Oh God. Oh, they need to update the multi-band. Look at this. Look at this. This UI is from 1999. Or like 2004 at least. Look at this. They haven't updated this. The compressor. Look at this. Look at all this. Look at all these hardware model emulations built into the fucking built-in plugin. Look at that. Clear readout. You got a meter. You got a graph. You can see the fucking knee bend. Look at this. Gorgeous fucking redesigned plugins. All of these choices used to be a little drop-down list in the corner, and I did not understand the significance. Now they made it like they redesigned the whole fucking thing, like this was like 10 years ago now, to show you what the fucking compressors are based on. And then I understood. And oh my God, the Logic compressor is so fucking good. It's so good if you want to sound like you're at like a fucking studio in the 90s, you know? Anyway. What's the Hike to Say So track at the bottom? That would have been that's a mastering bus that when I was exporting the instrumentals, I believe, I put the same mastering bus with slightly different, with tweaked settings on all of the tracks from my first 3 albums. So I ran back through all the projects, added that, and then, you know, tweaked it and exported them. Felt that rant so true. I'm not familiar with the Logic interface. Yeah. Yeah, this is just the master out. I have a multipressor, limiter, and then oh yeah, when I was working on this I had the this is Logic's new mastering assistant. I don't really know how I feel about it. I just used IM Pusher on the master bus of the actual like export. Anyway, there's so many fucking tracks in this song. There's like 96 goddamn tracks. I can't take this long on every song. I've gone over like pretty much everything so far. A new thing that I added were electric guitars on the choruses and the hooks. After that song came out, I remember like it was either my dad or one of the old music heads that my dad was hanging out with said something like, you know, I feel like that chorus should have like just a big fucking like thick guitar like punching that same rhythm. And I was like, I don't know. And then like 10 years later, coming back to it, I was like, yeah, it kind of does need that. It kind of would sound really cool. Logic also needs to update the amps. I think the amps in Logic are pretty okay. The thing that is criminal though is you can only have one mic on the cab. You can only have one mic on the cab. And I've gotten around this by doing, instead of doing like on a mono track, I'll split it to stereo with a plugin that I don't use, turn that plugin off, and then add another amp in dual mono. So I get a left and a right feed, and I can change the microphone on the fucking amp if I keep all the settings the same, couple everything except the mics on the amp. And then if I use the transparent preamp, that's not going to really do much, keep the levels mostly the same. And then I just direct out from another amp plugin. But why should I have to do this fucking workaround when you could just give me 2 mics? Just give me 2 mics. Like, okay. Okay. Everything that I've bitched about Logic has eventually come to it. So I'm going to keep bitching. The keys. Where is it? Studio piano. Look at this. Look at this. See this? Mic balance. You can have multiple fucking mic feeds and you can balance them. Right? Come on. Anyway. Also, with the drums. The fucking drums, I know this is like a software instrument thing. I know this is technically different. But they give you a lot of you can basically take like one of their Logic drum kits and mix it like you would mix a real kit. They give you the individual mic feeds for every kit, and it's not just like a sample track. It's like there's bleed from the other microphones. Like it's, you know, they give you that control. I don't understand why they limit you. They still limit you to 1 microphone on an amp sim. It's absurd to me. Just put a UI designer into sampler. Like just cram a whole dude in there. Yeah, I think the guitar there adds a lot of punch to this. So the vocals in this, I re-recorded everything in the lead vocals. The backing vocals, the harmonies are all from 10 years ago. So I think one of those I probably very speeded down a little bit and then sped up. That's kind of what that sounds like. I know for sure the low one in this one, this track here. That I absolutely sped the track up for and then slowed it down. I do that a lot when I'm trying to make like big thick vocals with like a lot of layers, is I'll record some just normal and then I'll vary speed some up and then record, and then I'll vary speed some down and then record, and then they like lock back in. Not just like I'll also be adjusting the tonal quality in my voice like across them. So like you get a different mix of upper harmonics and upper frequency ranges to the voice, especially if you have a microphone set somewhere and you like, you know, say the microphone's like right here. I'll do one take here, I'll do one take here, I'll do one take facing away from it, I'll do one take looking down, I'll do one take looking up. Just anything where you can modify your vocal cords and the relationship that the mic has to the sound source. That's an interesting trick. Yeah. And this, Smoke Damage, I think is objectively my worst example of this. I think my best example of this is probably, like, listen to this. Like, I did not get what I was going for, but it was so very part of the sound of the original that I didn't want to change it. I didn't want to change any of these. It had to be like that.
I'm getting sick and tired of fucking up.
Yeah, those are all from 10 years ago. I think this...
See the fire all you want, you won't take me. Knock me down all you want, watch it save me. Somehow I'm moving on and it pains me.
Yeah, that's all 10 years ago. But the only lead vocals that I kept were the second chorus. And it changes, you can hear, so here's...
Happy New Year from the ashes. I gave my lungs a good telling, my organs 40 lashes. My calendar is stock. I'd make New Year's resolutions, but I didn't really plan on waking up.
And then it just crossfades into the other two.
Oh, I'm getting sick and tired of fucking up.
And then those takes are from 10 years ago.
Yes, I tried the blue pill, clearly didn't try enough. Jumped out of fire into frostbite. Been drowning inside out since before I woke.
There's a couple off notes there.
Maybe God'll let me die when my dreams go up in smoke. Feed the fire all you want, you won't take me.
This vocal chain is absurd. So I have Burton denoiser, amazing free noise denoiser plugin. I got pitch correction working at like 100 milliseconds, so it doesn't sound too auto-tuney. I have a noise gate. I always put my pitch correction before the noise gate because the noise gate's going to wait a little bit to kick in, and the pitch correction could take that little bit to tell what the fuck the note is. Channel EQ, I always cut before my compressor. Compressor on all my lead vocals, all I think all but like maybe 2 tracks, all of my lead vocals, like I use this L22A fucking Logic built-in compressor. I knock the threshold down to -30. I put the ratio up to like 6 to 8 to 1. 6 or 8 to 1. Like usually 8 to 1. This is 6 because it's a little softer. Attack 0. Release between 200 and 500. I want to chomp the fucking signal the moment there is an inkling of a wave. I want it to fucking chomp down on that shit. And I want it to crunch and keep it there for a little bit, squeeze it for a little bit before it lets go. It's just, there's something that this does to my voice specifically. I've used it on a couple other vocalists. Other vocalists sound better with an FET, a black FET or a white FET, like 1176s. My voice tends to sound good like this. And I learned the L22A thing from, there was a Fall Out Boy album that used it a lot. And there's a thing that it does to the beginnings of consonants where it pops them, but in a really like, satisfyingly crunkly way. I don't know how to explain it.
Feed the fire all you want, you won't take me. Knock me down all you want, watch it save me.
You hear that? You hear what I'm talking about?
Somehow I'm moving on and it pains me.
No compressor.
When my dreams go up in smoke. Feed the fire all you want, you won't take me. Knock me down.
Well, I mean, it's quieter.
Watch it save me. Somehow I'm moving on and it pains me.
And then with compressor.
Feed the fire all you want, you won't take me.
It just chomps on those fucking consonants. And I love the way that that sounds.
Knock me down all you want, watch it save me. Somehow I'm moving on and it pains me. They all may want me gone, let it chase me.
Now, as much as I love that sound of like really fucking tight, really fast compression, it creates a lot of sibilant like artifacts. so I get rid of
Feed the
those.
fire all you want, you won't take me.
With a de-esser. I used to be really bad with de-essers, and they used to make my S's sound like fucking F's. Like,
Go up in smoke. Feed the fire all you want, you won't take me. Knock me down all you want, watch it save me.
yeah, I used to de-ess like that fucking deep, and with the built-in plugin, but I use,
Feed the fire all you want, you won't take me. Knock me down.
Waves sibilance. It's like the best de-esser that I've tried. I don't have to adjust much with it. It just kind of works.
Knock me down all you want, watch it save me.
It's like one of the 3 reasons that I still use waves.
Oh, but looking at the present's fucking sad. Yes, I tried the blue pill 9 times, but I should have had. Jumped out of fire into frostbite. Arms too weak to climb, but still too strong to let go. Maybe God'll let me die when my dreams go up in smoke. Feed the fire all you want, you won't take me. Knock me down all you want, take it from me.
So there's a whole round canon thing that happens here, where there's the main vocal solo that just extends from the chorus.
Maybe God'll let me die when my dreams go up in smoke. Feed the fire all you want, you won't take me.
If you take that away, you can hear.
Feed the fire all you want, you won't take me.
Those are all the original takes of the bridge that I re-recorded this time around. In the actual bridge. So I wanted to use them somewhere. So they're still in the round at the end. And I added some lines from the chorus that repeat.
Somehow I'm moving on and it pains me. They only want me gone, let it chase me. Feed the fire all you want, you won't take me. Knock me down all you want, watch it save me. Somehow I'm moving on, didn't save me.
Yeah, and the lines from the chorus actually have their harmonies with them, so you can hear the. Yeah, so that's buried in there. And then I recorded a couple other vocal solos additionally. I think it's on this track. That one's buried, but that's the highest note I hit in the song. But yeah, I wanted the ending, and I do this a lot with songs, I just wanted it to build to sort of like a, just overwhelming. Like, I didn't want the song to really feel like it had a resolve, like it just gets to a point and then stops. Like... Yeah. Besides the last line in the lead vocals, the song is just done. Like, it just, everything stops. What's your range like? Fuck. I want to say... give me a... Where's a piano I can hear? Where's a piano I can fucking hear? This one, I think. I know I can get down to like E, like the E that's on a guitar, unless this is because. I think like E. I want to say E2. That would be, and then. I'm trying to think of the highest note I've hit. I don't know if I have the warm up to just like wail. I don't know. Well, let's do the fucking. I think this is gonna be the last. This is gonna be the last one. It's here. It's G sharp. Okay, so E2 to G sharp. E2 to G sharp. 1. Wait. 3, 4, 5. G sharp 6. E2 to G sharp 6 is my vocal range. Anyway, I need to drink water. Yeah, it might be G sharp 5. I might be counting wrong. I think, but whatever the range was you just heard me do, whatever that is. I could probably go a little higher if I warmed up a little more, but I don't want to do that right now.
Gone, let it chase me. Through the fire, all you want, you won't take me. Knock me down, all you want, won't you take me?
That was actually the hardest thing to recreate, was the little slur that I do, and knock me down. Like,
Pains me. They only want me gone, let it chase me. Knock me down, all you want, won't you take me?
like that. I think I got close.
Knock me down, all you want, won't you take me?
Down, all you want. That was tricky. I don't know why I did that or how. Like when I was 20, 21.
Getting hard to breathe, I don't know why.
I think it may be 5. Yeah.
The atmosphere is sordid. I'm not about to complain. It's too much time and energy, too long a walk to try to turn back. No, I'm not the same. It's plain enough to see. But some of us are living in the past.
Some of the vocals, like, for this one in particular, I actually wanted to try to see, like, how close I could get to the originals. The second verse in particular,
Happy New Year from the ashes. I gave my lungs a good telling, my organs 40 lashes.
obviously you're gonna hear 10 years of change in my voice, but
Happy New Year from the ashes. I gave my lungs a good telling, my organs 40 lashes.
I cracked my voice in the same fucking place.
My lungs a good telling, my organs 40 lashes.
Like,
My calendar is stock. I'd make New Year's resolutions, but I didn't really plan on waking up.
but yeah. That's Smoke Damage. That's my song Smoke Damage again. This was the song that sort of, it was not the first High M Case song. I think there were 3 High M Case songs before this. I think it was Battle Cry, and then Isn't the Rain, and then Raining in December, and then when did I write Machine? Fuck. Where was that on the timeline? I forget. Was Machine 2014? Machine wasn't a J.I. song. No. Machine... Okay. No, it was Battle Cry, Isn't the Rain, Machine, Raining in December, and then the next year I started... No, When Hell Freezes Over. Fuck! There were like 3 songs before this. There was Battle Cry, Isn't the Rain, When Hell Freezes Over, Machine, Raining in December, and then this. I think that's the order. I think those were the first 5 songs. So this was technically the 5th High M Case song, I think. Raining in December, I didn't even actually write that one. That wasn't my song. So 4th. I think this is the 4th High M Case song I wrote. 4th or 5th. Another thing that even after the song came out, like, I've only done this live in like real life settings or in virtual settings, like a small handful of times. But ever since I started doing it, there's one change that I made to the chorus that I also just included here. I changed the number. 9 is just easier to fucking say before the word times. It was just like, and also it's bigger. I'm exaggerating more. And also it would be more accurate to the amount of sleeping pills I took that I was writing about. Because I only needed a half. Didn't realize somebody else wrote it. Yeah, that was actually, there's another, let's see. Let's see if I can still find it. It's probably still out there. I don't care about this fucking ad. Show me the song. This is someone that a couple of my high school friends were in a band with.
Just try again. The winds are shifting eastward and my mind is shifting west. And birds are leaving early just to get out of their nest. And my pride in
Where's my mouse?
today was it something that I did. My self-control is in a
There it is.
and I can't get over it. The grass is painted dirty and my jeans are faded blue.
This original one had a banjo, and I didn't have a banjo yet. I should have actually redone this one because I have a banjo now. Fuck. Oh, it's too late.
It's the middle of December and
I complain about the weather way too much. But if cursing what I can't control, I'll curse at your love.
The sun is gone today. Did I give them a reason to hide? Did my insecure and hurtful words drive back into
Yeah.
the night? I wish that it'd come back someday. Now that the cold is here, but the ground is freezing solid and the bad thoughts persevere.
I love this fucking song. Like, there's just something that, like, just... This was also a massive inspiration for me. Like, it's the happy-go-lucky, you know, song about being fucking depressed. Like...
I wish that it retained some tame, but now I just don't know.
Also, look at the album cover. Like, come on.
One more darker day, and this
Is that you and your jacket on the album cover? That's not me. This isn't my song. I didn't write this song. It's Get Well cards. That's probably Chris Sorensen. I'm just aping his bit. He quit doing music, so I'm just aping his bit. But that's what I'm saying, though. Like, you know, I'm giving the game away this stream. That one, anyone could have gone and looked that up. There's just a thing. There's just Kenosha indie musicians just kind of do this stuff. This is just the sound of that. Anyway. Smoke Damage. That's that song. I want to move on to the happy-go-lucky song about being depressed. Let's do a track breakdown of C'est La Vie again. You stole his jacket too then. He has a much baggier hoodie. My jacket is... It's like a biker jacket. And it's small. It's like a fucking crop. It's real short. Anyway. The color palette, though, absolutely. Like, this is literally, I think... Wait, hang on. That's sort of the same color palette I'm using here. I know... Another's a little different. Yeah. Here. And... Let's try this again. Like... I'm riffing on the theme, you know? I'm riffing on a theme. There's just a... You know, this is just what Kenosha feels like. I don't know how to explain it. It just feels like that. Anyway. This is a song. This was originally part of a double song. And it used to be a little faster. It used to be like 100 BPM. And it came after a song that was 200 BPM. It was a double song called Causes and Effects. And the first song is about being anxious and burning out. And the second song is about being depressed and not wanting to fucking do anything. I felt like C'est La Vie, if it didn't have to be the softer back half of another song and follow the same tempo and key, if I divorced it from that context, what could it become? What would C'est La Vie have been if it was on another instead of the first album? And this is the answer I came up with.
boiling down my blood till it's too thick.
Oh, and you may notice, Very Speed plus 6.8. Oh, wait, actually, that's not on screen. Hang on. Hang on. I want to show you my... That's enough. Yeah. This is very sped up 0.68 semitones or up to 457.63. The reason for 0.68, I've done this, this is another trade secret, okay? I mentioned the whole very speed up, very speed down thing. There's some secret limitations. You can either use the set of numbers 3-2 and 6-8, or you can use the series 3-1 and 6-9. Why? These numbers. I think there's something very, I don't know why. Here's why initially. Here's why I do it, but here's what I discovered through doing it. So if I go to the tuning thing here, if I were to change this to 432 hertz, I would have to subtract 31.8 hertz, or 31.8 cents. And that gives me 432 hertz as the A. 31.8 cents, around 32 cents, is the distance between an equal tempered seventh and the seventh harmonic. It's very close. It's also, I believe, no, it's not, never mind. But 31.8, you can either round that up to 32, which is memorable because 32, or you can round it down to 31, which I usually do, because if you are to use 31 as the back half, and you were to instead of dropping to 432, you raise to the next key up, but in 432, then to do that, you would go up 0.69. Here's what I've discovered. 0.69 in either direction, very sped, is the limit of what a voice can, of a voice sounding different without it sounding cartoony. Once you get past 32, it starts to sound noticeable. Once you get past 0.32 semitones, 32 cents, it starts to get noticeable that you were affecting the voice. After you get past 0.69, you are, you start to sound cartoony. One semitone in either direction is the limit of if you want that voice to be front and center, of having it sound like an actual voice. In Maomaka and Appa, Sean, dog bless him, all of his lines for Jaya Utamo were just a little bit too long, just a tiny bit too long. So I took his whole file and I just shrunk it by speeding it up 0.68 semitones. So he's sped up. He kind of sounds a little sped up, but it still sounds like a voice and it still sounds like him. And most importantly, all of his timing lined up then. So is the very speed tuning difference the reason Say Love You feels shiny? Probably because I recorded the instrumental in B, which would be, let me take the vocals out. That didn't take the vocals out. This is how I recorded the track. And I actually moved the key around a little bit. It was in F for a little bit. But I was trying to find something where I could sing the chorus with enough power. So this is all of Logic's stuff, working as it is mixed, plainly in 48K samples. And then I raise it up. Oh, that didn't do, hang on. Oh, I know why I did that. I fucked up the tuning. Hang on, it's not tuned right anymore. There we go. So now, it's in C major, but in A432. And then once I heard it at this key in this tempo, I was like, oh, I'm just gonna keep the very speed on forever. 85 BPM. So everything is a little bit, it's like sweetened audio. It's like what they used to do in the 70s and 80s to singles. But I didn't want to sound like my voice had been shifted up. So I actually like recorded all of the, once I had, like, I knew the track and I knew it was going to be in this key with the Varispeed on, I did all of the leads over the Varisped track. So, like, if I were to take it out of Varispeed, you would actually, all the vocals you'd be hearing would actually be slowed down.
Eyes on last night's rhymes, find they're all bad.
All the lines I write find better when I'm sad.
There's so much to do, won't fucking choose to suffer something through.
It's subtle. It's literally less than a fucking semitone difference, but it shifts all of the frequencies upward. So it's not just the tuning of it. You know, the instruments, any of the instruments, their natural upper harmonics and resonance are a little bit higher, a little bit shorter.
That's the life, all on me when I say like I
Now, the composition, the piano part, I changed a little bit. The only thing I really changed are the roots. Everything in the piano part is about what it was in the original song. And it's also slower. I feel like when it's slower, there's just more groove you can pull out of it. I'm gonna tell you my two biggest inspirations for the production of the new version of this. One of them is $20 Nosebleed by Fall Out Boy. And one of them is The Emptiness Machine by Linkin Park. This song is a combination of those two with Raining in December and Bad Day by Daniel Powter as Godparents. That's what this song is. Okay, and if you're like, what the fuck do you mean The Emptiness Machine by Linkin Park? How the fuck are you pulling inspiration from that? Listen to the chorus and listen to right after the chorus.
Haze has any grace. It ain't the way that I prefer to be. My eyes sunk, spine sunk, taken and out of shape. Sometimes I can't find my pulse or stay awake. It's prime time to hide inside. Shame on me, pay no mind. C'est la vie, that's the life. It's what I mean when I say I'm fine.
It's the same exact arrangement as Emptiness Machine. It is the same identical arrangement of the first chorus of Emptiness Machine. You dip everything down to the low-passed keys and like, you know, vocal padding in the background. You slowly fade up the lo-fi like drum loop. You start to fade up the rest of the build sounds around it.
That's the life. It's what I mean when I say I'm
Cut everything out for the last little bit of the vocals and then
I'm fine.
slam the rest of the track down. That, and I think the biggest, this little bit right here is also, like, it's a much more straight rhythmed, like, take on the break from $20 Nosebleed. And if you haven't heard $20 Nosebleed, I'm about to introduce you to that song right now.
A whole Saturday of baking.
No, I don't give a fuck. Hang on, where's OBS? Okay, there. Yeah, this song, I used to listen to this whole album, like, when traveling. Give me the part after the chorus. That's not what I wanted. That. What I have.
Hate that it's the way you've learned to be. Light switch too much every time.
Just threw that in there.
It's the usual lighting mood that suits the inside of my head.
And then I do it again, and then I do a different take on it right before the bridge.
That's my life. Say I'm fine. I know it's my lowest in a cage under the weather.
Yeah, this little part after the second chorus is actually, that was actually originally after the first chorus in the original song, but I needed to have that fucking... I need to have that there, you know? So this is like sort of the love child of $20 Nosebleed and the Emptiness Machine. Let me find, and obviously the Emptiness Machine was not out when I first wrote that. That was just sort of like how I wanted to reinterpret. Let's see. Show me the chorus.
Just to watch me bleed. Gave up who I am for who you wanted me to be. Don't know why I'm hoping for what
Lo-fi drums fade up.
falling for the promise of the emptiness machine. The emptiness machine.
Same fucking arrangement. And that's the thing. You can take inspiration from anything that is far outside of the genre that you're trying to do. And you can find a way to take ideas and fold those influences in. The original song didn't really have bass. So I was kind of just, you know, doing what the fuck ever I could come up with. I just looped the track a bunch, came up with a new bass track. Mostly just following the piano roots, honestly.
Sober eyes on last night's rhymes, find they're all bad.
I got a couple extra instruments in here. Something I like to do a lot is taking a sine wave and an E piano and stacking them and sort of using the sine wave as like the primordial form of the E piano, where I can add the E piano to sort of like add distortion to the sine wave. Give it a little bit more crunch. I also have a Celeste, I guess. Where is it? Was that her mode tuning? That sounded crunchy. What was that? Oh yeah, this song has her mode tuning. So C'est La Vie has that unequal tempered thing I was talking about before.
I can't keep up with clean cups, it's gotten out of hand. I'll confess I made this mess and I'll get to it soon. Stressed out about it out until I do.
If you did this in VCV, you could actually FM the E piano with a sine wave. Yeah, but that's different. That's FM synthesis. FM synthesis, if I wanted to sound design with it, sure. But I just sort of, like the thing about the sine wave is that it's pure. And the thing about the E piano is that it is very close to just like a pure tone. It also kind of has the B3 organ sound. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of organs. I wish I could get rid of most of my own.
Eyes sunk, spine sunk, taken and out of shape.
But I like that. I think, I want to say the first time that I used that There were 2 covers I remember using this in. I think it's... Where the fuck is the chorus?
Across the water, riding high, and waves of silence so loud. Oh, Lord, here comes the flood.
It dipped to a E piano and a sine wave.
We will say goodbye to flesh and blood.
So I've done that. I think I also used the same effect on Fix You. I like sine waves. Big fan of the sine wave.
When you try your best, but you don't succeed.
Anyway, save it for the cover album. And I think one obvious inspiration something that affected basically the way that I see like how to use that and how to make that sound and how to mix it occurred to me around 2 years ago. Let's see if I can locate it here. Oh, it's right there. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? That shit. That shit changed my life. Okay? I need my electric pianos to sound that crunchy from now on. Like, they gotta. Like, damn. Anyway.
I sunk, spine sunk, taken and out of shape. Sometimes.
Anyway. So there's 135 tracks in this song. There's 135 tracks. And I've shown you some of the doubles, and I've shown you, like, you know, the key layers and whatnot. There's a lot of vocals as well. There's 2 submixes worth of vocals. And some of them are doing just ooze. Ooh. Also, trivia. C'est la vie on So Far was the very first occurrence of the motif that I use on, I think, every fucking album at some point. The oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Very down mix there. Is there a louder one? Yeah. That, right there, that you just heard, is the first time that I recorded that. That was, I ad-libbed it, and I was like, that was pretty good, I'm gonna do that again. And that's in, like, every goddamn one of my songs. Not all of them, but a lot. It's on every song on Again, I'm pretty sure. It's on, I know it's on, like, a couple tracks in Another. And it was also on Monsters Nearby. It was actually, like Smoke Damage had the oh. Monsters Nearby actually used the oh.
getting out of bed's hard enough.
Yeah. Yeah, and Monsters Nearby was really just sort of like the sequel to C'est La Vie.
Sober eyes on last night's fine, they're all bad.
The experiment that I had with this song, was ultimately like, how can I say the same things in the lyrics, but less cringe? Like, and more memorable, like hookier. The original lyrics I could never remember. Every time I would try to play this song live, I would forget the fucking lyrics. It was a problem. And they just weren't like good. They were not catchy, they were clumsy, the meter was weird. And I just wanted to figure out like, how can I make this flow? Because how can I like remember? How am I gonna be able to remember? And I was just sitting down at the piano at my old house, and I was just trying to remember how the fuck the song went. And it just fucking came to me this, sometimes I can't find my pulse or signs that I'm awake. And I'm like, yeah, that's a way better fucking way to deliver that line. And then I just kind of worked out from there. Like, every time you walk, you feel like you're lugging dead weight. I took that line out of C'est La Vie, and I used dead weight in fucking You Changed. I tried to, you know, in a similar way of like, I almost compare it to like localizing, like trying to find a way to expressively word the same idea without it being literally word for word.
Sober eyes on last night's rhymes, find they're all bad. All the lines I write by better when I'm sad.
Yeah, so the original second verse, like in your prose you overuse the word dread, so you look for something else that rhymes instead. There's so much to do, but fuck if you could motivate yourself, or just start something else to kill your time. And the room fills up with piles of empty cans. You're so cold that you're afraid to touch your hands. You will confess this pit's a mess, but you'll sit in your gloom. This place feels like a tomb, and that's just fine. And like that, you know, it has some flow to it, but it just there's too many cliches. And I wanted to kind of like, you know, I'm sort of sending up the original verse a little bit.
Sober eyes on last night's rhymes, find they're all bad.
All the lines I write by better when I'm sad. I really love doing A through a line.
There's so much to do, won't fucking choose to suffer something through. Abandon something hard for something new.
And that line, so much to do, but fuck if you can motivate yourself or just start something else to kill your time. Like, the main reason that I'm changing all this and rewording it is because I wanted to change the you to I. That's the biggest change in this song, and you may not notice. All of the original lyrics were all you. They were all second person. This song is all written in first person.
Sober eyes on last night's rhymes, find they're all bad.
All the lines I write by better when I'm sad.
There's so much to do, won't fucking choose to suffer something through. Abandon something hard for something new.
There's a philosophy behind like how I changed this shit, you know?
My best jet set of empty cans.
I'm the most proud of that line. I left my desk my best yet set of empty cans. Got my fucking full clip of fucking A out. A rhyme, A rhyme, A rhyme.
Left my desk, my best jet set of empty cans. I can't keep up with cleaning cups, it's gotten out of hand. I'll confess I made this mess and I'll get to it soon.
There's particulate.
Stressed out about it, out until I do. My eyes on expiring slow.
That's a little tasty bass fill. And I just discovered that in like the very end stages of mixing this song. This little tasty bass fill that goes with the drum fill under it. Right here. It's just like a little do-do-do-do. Wait, where is it? Oh, is it really just that? It sounds like there's more there. What the fuck? That's crazy. I could have sworn there were more notes there. It just sounds like it because it's synced up with the drums.
Stressed out about it, how till I do. My eyes.
It's literally just bano and then slide down. What the fuck? It doesn't sound like that's what it's doing. All I remember is I unmuted that, I played it with the rest of the track, and I was like, oh yeah, no, that's Stan. I think this is an Apple loop. It just happened to also be the rhythm I was going for, so I was like, yeah, let's do that. This guitar line is straight from the original. I did not change anything about this. But I added some new ones. I added guitars in the chorus. They're crunchy. There's obviously the one in the... I have 3 sets of guitars because I have 3 sets of distortions because I dip the vibe of the song so much and then raise it up so much and then bring it back to like steady crunch through the rest of it. But because I bring it back to steady crunch and I don't ever bring back that big hard like power chord part, I add another layer of like distortion. One of my favorite things to do is just rock between 2 notes or arpeggiate between a few notes with a lot of distortion. And it creates these like interesting undertones that will harmonize with what's below it. I love that. I love the fucking roasty, like, distorted sound that has. I wish I could use more of it, but it gets too distracting. Another thing with this chorus, so it used to be, where is it? Where the fuck are the lyrics? Say love you. Your posture slumped, your joints hurt and you ache. You can't feel your pulse or even tell if you're awake. Close your blinds and stay inside because you know that you're scared. Say la vie and who cares? Life is life and what's fair is fair. Like, the second half of that chorus just sucks. Like, there's no hook. And I'm like, if I am gonna make an effort to like redo these songs and try to, you know, figure out what I'm trying to say with them, then I should like just give the game away. Just have lines that just tell you what the fuck the song is saying, like straight up. And every line on Again, every song on Again has lines like that where it's just, I'm not even being abstract about what the song is trying to tell you. And I wanted like an interesting framing for everything that had been set up to that point. I wanted an interesting like way to like, what context is all of this venting coming through? And then I realized the perfect punchline to that is
Time to hide inside, shame on me, pay no mind.
C'est la vie, that's the life.
It's what I mean when I say I'm fine.
That's what I mean when I say I'm fine. Like, that felt like just, like, I came up with that and it's like, oh, that's like it's like a fucking punchline. It's like a punchline. And like, I build on that concept.
What I mean when I say I'm fine.
And then I kind of, you know, spin it around at the end. And then it completes the fucking narrative is like, so that's why I don't talk about all this. Like, I, like, suddenly, when I figured out the line, that's what I mean when I say I'm fine. Suddenly, all of the song made sense. All of the song had a reason for any of the fucking lines to be in it at all. Like, it just, like, something clicked. And it was when that clicked that I realized, like, oh, there's at least, like, you know, I instantly thought of other songs from my first album that, you know, I could just add one or two things to just make it justify itself rather than insist upon itself, you know? Like, but I'm really fucking happy with C'est La Vie. It is my favorite track on the album. Another fun thing is that I actually, in the last chorus, instead of recording the two chorus repetitions separately, I just kept going, and you can kind of hear how strained my voice gets. And sometimes I can't find my pulse, so sad that I'm awake. It's prime time to hide inside. Shame on me, I pay no mind. C'est la vie, that's alright. Way more easy to say. And it's like, oh, that doesn't really sound that strained, but like. Sometimes I can't find my pulse or signs that I'm awake. That's what I sound like when I have more breath. And like that, I don't know, for some reason, just having that be kind of sound more straight. Wow. For some reason, I cannot talk today. For some reason, having that sound more strained while the vocal solo goes over it. Like, the vocal solo in that was almost crazier. I did a couple rehearsal runs that I recorded. I say a couple. It looks like there's 66 tracks here. Or 86. I guarantee a lot of those are false starts. A zillion of them are false starts. But I wanted to rehearse this song. I wanted to get it down. I wanted to feel it by the time I was recording it. And when I would rehearse it, I would do the vocal solos different. And it was like every time I would do this, whether I hit it or not. That was okay. I tried real hard. And never really got there. That one was pretty good. I think with more practice, I could have made that work, but by the time I was like recording it, I just didn't wanna. I didn't wanna fucking do that. And also, it's like a thing where if I do it live, that's the way I do it live. So it sounds a little more interesting. Save it for the live version. I think there's not actually a whole lot to this song. This is one of the simpler arrangements. And sometimes I can't find my pulse, so say I'm awake. It's prime time to hide inside. Shame on me, I pay no mind. C'est la vie, that's the life. It's all on me when I say. So we have a 1, 2, 3, like 4-part harmony going with the chorus.
And sometimes I can't find my pulse or say that I'm awake. It's
While there's additional harmonized vocals doing oohs.
prime time to hide inside. Shame on me, pay no mind. C'est la vie, that's the life. All on me when I say like I shot spine, slow, making and out, shaking and out. And sometimes
I could have sworn one of these had a vocal transformer on it, but they don't. They just sound like that.
it's prime time to hide inside.
Yeah. Some of those oohs are probably very sped. It sounds very stretched.
And sometimes I can't find my pulse or say.
Yeah, those are definitely stretched. Yeah, I could have sworn there was going to be like a vocal doubler on one of these, but or like a the thing that I had in the last what was it? The last track I was showing where the vocals had the robotize thing on them. But no, there's just a lot of layers here.
Shame on me, pay no mind. C'est la vie, that's the life. All on me when I say like I shot spine, slow, making and out, shaking and out. Sometimes I can't find my pulse or say I've been waiting. It's finally time to hide inside. Shame on.
Yeah. So the guitars, I mostly use Sims of Orange Amps, and that's going to be the thing through like basically all of these is I use a lot of Orange Amps. Orange Amp, I'll go to like the version of like the cabinet that I have behind me here. If you look, you will notice. I don't know. Does the camera pick it up? I can't. Give me big cam. Wait, cam full. Cam full. There we go. I actually have an Orange amp with Marshall cabinet, and so I use that whenever I am emulating stuff. I'll usually start from there, and then figure out where I can like build to from that sound. And I'll usually also start with the mics that I actually own, so like a C414 and an SM57, and then swap things out from there to try to get to the sound that I'm the more imaginary sound that I'm trying to get. And all of these are just, I could have probably automated settings on the Orange amps to keep them all in one track, but I'd rather just tweak them a little bit track to track. So a lot of these are just different amounts of crunch, different amounts of gain. All right. I also have, I think I also have a piano rise here like I did in Smoke Damage. So that fades in with the little cymbal rise. That's like a sus2 chord or something. I'm not really sure what that chord is, but I like it. Shaker. That's basically it. That's all of the layers. There's not that much to the song. There's some layered keys, there's some layered guitars, there's bass, and there's drums. And then layered vocals. There's not that many different elements. It's just the elements that are there are really, there's a lot of them, and they're really layered. But that is C'est La Vie. I don't think there's anything I'm missing, anything that I would otherwise want to talk about. Oh, a lot of the songs on the EP just got new bridges.
What I mean when I say I'm fine. I know it's my lowest in a cage under the weather.
And this bridge is constructed by the new part that I wrote for the end of the chorus, piano part. So like, just because I had that, and I usually do that, like usually the bridge is a modification on the pre-chorus or like half of the chorus or something. And so at the end of every chorus, dun, 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 dun. So the bridge just sort of repeats that a bunch. And then dun, 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 works a little bit of the chorus into there. Yeah. So another little thing that also has some themes that come up on the other, there was a little bit of this in Smoke Damage too, but just sort of changing the roots under chords that are already there. So the chords that you hear mostly sound the same, but they just feel different because the bass under them is changing. Let's see, I think in one of the verses, yeah, when it does the dun 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 dun, those used to be the same sequence twice. But instead, the root notes actually keep moving down. And so the context of the chords above it being the same, it actually makes it so they're no longer just playing the diatonic, like major, minor, major. They're playing the seventh. They're playing 7 chords on top of what the root notes are. So it sounds a little more jazzy, a little more tense. Sounds like it's syncing a little more, which is what I wanted. And now that this song is in C, it is now my easiest song to play. Because it's all white keys. There's hella latency. I can't. Hang on. Just so I don't go insane. It's all white keys. This is now my easiest song to learn. So that's C'est La Vie. C'est La Vie. That's alright. Way more easy to say I'm fine. This, like, I feel like, yeah, I'm gonna say it again, but like I'm the happiest with this song out of like all of the remakes, the reiterations. I feel like it gets its point across. And it also gets its point across in a single line. I notice when I'm so sick, nothing changes when I'm better. That's what it's about. It's about living, how if you're depressed enough, you live like you're bedridden sick. And then, like, I actually was super fucking sick right before I recorded this. And I was writing part of it while I had, I don't know if it was COVID or what. I tested negative on COVID, but I had a flu that lasted like 2 weeks. I, you know, just felt like once I started getting better, I was like, man, I'm really not, like, my day-to-day isn't really fucking changing that much. How dysfunctional have I been? And like being able to re-examine and use this song as like a framework to like re-examine that and have the epiphany occur in the middle of the song like that. Like I really like the, you know, the packaging of this song, like meaning wise. It ended up being a real, like, really fun little experiment. Let's move on to another track. I did Smoke Damage. That's the big one. That's the one everybody knows. Let's do the second, let's do my second current most popular track, which I redid. It's loading. I think this one's got a lot. This one was built off the original track, so it's gonna take a little bit. Or maybe it won't. Maybe it'll be done by the time I'm done talking. In either way, in any sense, I'm gonna play it as soon as it opens, so I can take a bio break real quick. This song, originally the project title was Headlamp, because this room I was writing it in, there was like a lamp shaped like some heads next to me. I think I was in a Discord or Skype call with somebody that I was like playing guitar while idly talking to them, and I discovered something from, you know, a song I had written earlier. If I just played it a little heavier, there's a secret thing. I'm gonna explain this real quick before I go. There's a secret thread of a lot of songs. It's kind of obvious, but the Starfield songs tend to focus, that's what I call them, tend to focus around, this is a 12 string by the way, tend to focus on the blackbird chord shape. And deal with a lot of open notes. And these chords, so. And I have quite a few of them that are all sort of from the same conceptual framework. That's really hard to play on a 12 string. But this is secretly, originally, when it was an E, it was also the same chord shapes as talk about the time I waste, all the things I said I'd do but only say. Those were that's actually the same chord shapes as. One change, the first change that I made, is reversing the order of the last two chords to create a little more tension. But problem with this song, it was way too high for me to ever sing live. Like and the chorus sounded weird. The song was mostly in E minor, but the chorus would, wait, I need to go this way. Yeah. But the chorus would sound like, the chorus went to G major. And that just didn't fit there. The major chorus did not fit there. And it slowed to halftime. And it just didn't sound coherent. It didn't sound like a cohesive enough song. And I had a lot of issues with it. So I put it in A, and I rewrote it to be a little sharper. Be right back. So that's that song. This song changed a few times over the course of its development. Hang on, there's something talking to me. Oh, it's trying, but it's failing. My phone's trying to give me a notification. Oh well, anyway. So this song got a lot of changes. The arrangement is still pretty similar. I took a bridge out. I shortened the bridge. I lengthened the bridge, actually, but I made it shorter. But I made the vocals shorter. The guitar, instead of being one part, is actually two parts, octaves apart. So I'm playing that higher up on the neck. And grab this Gretsch here. So I'm playing that higher up on the neck, like... It's probably getting cut out. So I just play it higher up. And then I do a lower version of that. Where is it? Where is it? And that is just straight up like, that one part is actually really hard to play because I have to mute every part of like an E power chord except the root and a minor third above it. And then instantly I can't slide that. I gotta do like a... You gotta like choke it weird. That's a new one. The descending chorus, or the descending guitar line. My pace picked up speed. This is what I'm fucking talking about. The original chorus was like major and it slowed down. The first line is, my pace picked up speed.
I don't wanna. My pace picked up speed.
So I kept that line.
My pace picked up speed. Dead weight that I don't need in you. May hate to make you see now. How much can you fake profound when you're stuck up on unstable ground? I fucked off when you let me down. I changed and I made it down.
So, subject matter of the song, I feel like is a lot clearer now. It's, you know, if you move on from people, if you grow apart from people, you can't control how they see you. You can't control how they remember you. You know? You can grow as a person all you want, and you can put your failures and the consequences of your actions behind you. But the people that have affected, you can't, you know? They're gonna see whatever they remember from you, and you have no control over that. At the end of the day, you have to accept that that's the way the world works and the way that people work. And this is sort of just like the idea, kind of like an early iteration of the, you know, the whole idea behind Jacqueline-eyed Chakra Monster is just like, you know, understanding this unfortunate truth that you're just gonna have to deal with, and just being like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking lean into it then. Think of me as a monster. You know, like this is all the stuff I would do if I didn't give a fuck about what other people thought of me. And so sort of just embracing that, like, yeah, no, all right, if y'all are just only gonna ever be friendly to me if I'm making money or pulling numbers again, like, I don't need to worry about y'all anymore. You can think whatever you want of me, It's that type of thing. So the core line of the feeling, the main POV of the character, so to speak, is I fucked off when you let me down. Changed and I made it out. I'm sure a lot of people have had like I actually don't vanishingly few of the people that I've dated are like, am I on bad terms with? So like, I know there's the stereotype of like, you know, crazy ex making shit up about you and trying to ruin your life. And I feel like there's friends that do that. There's people in communities that do that. There's a lot more than just like, why am I fixing this as I'm talking? There's no reason for me to be doing this. Anyway, but I feel like, the album's out. I feel like everybody's probably dealt with at some point, hearing somebody talking shit about them and you have no fucking clue where it's coming from. You have no fucking clue how they got that idea in their head. And this is just sort of like, oh, wow, damn, that's what you really think of me, huh? And thus, the line in the bridge.
I've dabbled in entropy. I can make a monster out of your memory of me. Make a profit so you wanna remember me. Remember me. Remember me.
Those me's were fun. How many fucking tracks is that on? There's these. Hallvox, BG Vox, there's more. Looks like these, this. Looks like those two.
Remember me.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that chord is. May. I hear like a in there. May. It's some fucking sustained shit.
My pace. My pace. It don't speed in you. Dead weight that I don't need in you. May hate to make you see now.
So, to like, the version on the album wow. So the version on Again is called You Changed. And the original is called Therianthropy. The original was called Therianthropy pretty much last minute, because, like, it was the weirdest word that I'd used in the fucking lyrics. I love how you do the yummy chords. What do you mean? Oh, like vocally? Yeah. I love just stacking fucking notes within a key in vocal harmonies and just kind of picking what chord to kind of make out of it. But I remember, like, I was looking up, like, the term lycanthropy, and I saw that, like, is there a term for, like, lycanthropy, but just, like, turning into, like, something other than a wolf, just, like, a general term for it? And I found the term therianthropy, and I was like, that's a wild fucking word. I don't think anybody knows what that word means. I don't think anybody's heard that fucking word before. This is 2014. So I threw it in the bridge because I was trying to make the analogy. I've dabbled in therianthropy. Like, I know how to turn into a monster. I know how to turn into a creature. I know how to turn into something you don't recognize. And I felt like that was one of those things where, like, if you looked up what the fuck that meant, you'd be like, oh, there's a fucking, like, deep metaphor. There's, like, an analogy going on here. And it's that one line. It's the one line in the bridge. And it's the weirdest word in the song. And I got the advice years and years and years ago that if you want to have, like, if you have, like, a weird fucking word in your lyrics, and it's the most standout word in your lyrics, make it the title of the song. Because that's how you justify it being there. You create the context for it to be there. None of the rest of the song has anything to do... It alludes to the idea of, like, becoming something people don't recognize. It alludes to this. And the bridge line just sort of is a way to make that analogy a little bit stronger. Subsequently, because it's the name of the song, the term has gained popularity over the past decade. And people see it. And they add the song to a playlist. And I can assure you, not a single one of them gets the metaphor. And that's the tragic folly, and also the literary and metatextual irony of this fucking song. And thus naming it You Changed. You know, this being the song of mine currently that is gaining the most fucking plays and getting added to the most playlists on Spotify. For nothing to do with the subject matter, honestly. For the presence of a word I used is kind of insane. And it's extra funny to be like, oh, you changed theory-entropy. Yeah. I think this song gets across and sets up the metaphor better. I feel like there's more payoff when you hear the line in this version, from my opinion. The chorus also just hits way better, and I think that helps.
My pace picked up speed in you. Dead weight that I don't need in you.
So, some of the harmonies on the chorus are actually fake. I have these recorded.
My pace picked up speed in you. Dead weight that I don't need in you. May hate that make you see now. Now.
So there's that. I actually am sending this to one of those vocal transformer robotize plugins and sort of doing like a reverse vocoder type thing, I guess you could call it. But I'm automating the pitch. So I'm creating another fake harmony by taking sends from these tracks.
My pace picked up speed in you. Dead weight that I don't need in you.
There's some artifacts in that, but in the middle of the mix with a bunch of crunchy guitars under it, like you don't fucking notice.
I'll run to go chase my crown while you're stuck up on unstable ground. I fucked off when you let me down.
Oh yeah, there's another dense chord.
Let me down. I changed and I made it out.
Yeah, that and whatever the fuck the original chords were. I don't know what the fuck I was thinking when I wrote this song initially of switching to G major. Such a weird. But but the current one uses, is that the lead guitar or is that the rhythm guitar? Where's the, yeah. The current one uses the fucking chord progression from Showtime. Wait. So, got to slip that one in there. Oh, the O's! Oh my god. Oh my god, the O's, where are they? That is my friend Chris. And one of his friends in his bedroom in California, we set up a mic. Hi, I'm on break. Welcome. Welcome, heart-stitched. I don't know whether to like say the name I know you as if you're in like incognito, if you're in like account mode. I actually don't know, but hello. Wabrained and puppy pilled because I was listening to a bunch of furries music. Oh my god, Jesus. Anyway, that is my friend Chris who did the guitar on Lightning. Helped me write Lightning on another, and he's been in and around a few of my things. He's the other dude on the phone in every skit I've done. That's Chris. So it was me, Chris, and his other friend, and these are still tracks from the original. And I think they were, I can't remember if they were recorded for this or something else, but I've used the O samples in a couple songs since then. I think Don't Leave Me Here uses them. This is a mix of freshly recorded takes and takes from the original that I pitched up to A. So it sounds really fucking unnatural because there's a lot of very speeding and pitch shifting going on. Spoonie says my name anyways, other works. Well, hello Casey, welcome. This is my neighbor. They've been... God, we've been friends since before I started doing High M Case, I'm pretty sure. Or, like, right after. I think it was, like... It's definitely before this album came out. Unseen Legend. Thank you, Chris, for your contributions. Yeah. Chris has been around. He used to hang out on my streams a lot, too. He's busy as fuck. We tried to get into, you know, playing Marathon regularly, but I couldn't have the fucking time whenever he would have the time, so we fell off. And he lived on that game for a good while. Oh my god. Yes, and Casey did some of the album art on, I think it was the Love You Like a Dog single. Yeah. Where is that? I think all these have their individual track art still. Yeah. Yeah, for Jacqueline and I just asked different artist friends of mine to do different renditions of this character. Just be like, here's a description of this character, draw it. Like, and that was fun. I want to be able to do that again, but I need the budget to commission a bunch of artists to do that. Because I want quality, you know? Spoonie did the draw over for, Again, for the Again cover. And I'm very small. Just drawing my persona over that. I can't remember. Yeah, and then Lightning, Spoonie did the album art for this. It's it's the art from Trying Too Hard. I think I did lines for a Crow's Eyed song too. Oh yeah, which was the Crow's Eyed song? I'm trying to think. Was it Light Rays? Was it Light Rays? I think it was Light Rays. I think it's this. It took me until the end of the EP to even catch the draw over it. Yeah, it's small. I wanted to evoke, yeah, I think so. What was I? Yeah, the Self I Can't Keep cover. It's real small. I have no idea what this cover symbolizes. I've looked at this before and I've tried to figure out, like, what does this mean? And I never really figured it out. Cause like, another's pretty straightforward. It's the impressions of a bunch of different people sitting next to each other, sort of implying that, like, you know, relationships, people are fleeting and there will be a zillion different configurations of, like, this experience of finding another person. Like that, you know, that sells the album, right? Glad I could catch the stream even if it won't work though. I hope your day is going well. I hope work is going well. Let's try this again. I feel like this one's pretty self-explanatory. Hang on. I get this. I get what this one means. Here is just, you know, this is like the fucking Michael Jackson Earth Song era for me. Like, this was my like, ah yes, I am grounded to the earth, like, era. And I feel like this cover sort of, it's about planet Earth. This is what that fucking album's about. This is, what's funny about this is this was not supposed to be the album cover. There was a different album cover that, I wonder, can I find the original image? Volume 1 so far. Oh, I can't find the original. The original was me in front of my house. And this image was just supposed to be, so far disc, so far promo. Oh man, I can't find it. I know. Oh, there it is. It's on the form of the physical tray card. Yeah, there it is. This was supposed to be the cover of So Far, and then this was just a picture I took of the note cards, which I always do this. I do this all the time. I take pictures of the lettering, and then I cut them out and put them over the images. Like, that's how I've always done the album covers. But for some reason, this photo just had so much to it. Just, I don't know, like the warm lighting and the cool lighting on either side. The kind of like, this is clearly it's a case for something. These note cards are clearly on top of a case for something, but you don't know what it is. Some kind of suitcase maybe? So far, like this, the abstractness of this, I feel like, you know, it says enough as like an introductory thing. And I was just like, yeah, no, I don't want to. And it's good that I didn't, you know, do the one that, because this, the symbolism is fucking simple, right? It's leaving home. Are those like the note cards from Ties? All the shit I used to do. I used to do all the album cover titling on note cards, just because they were small, and I could, you know, arrange them. They didn't have a lot of translucency, so I could put them under different lighting conditions, and get like clean shots of them, and they wouldn't bleed Sharpie through when you would write on them. So I used note cards with Sharpie on them a lot to do titling. Sometimes they're part of the composition. Sometimes it's just so I can cut them out. Like C'est La Vie is sort of, it uses the note cards. Stuff I Can't Keep uses ruled paper. Let's see. And then during my fourth album, when I started doing my fourth album, I was like, why not just use a whiteboard? And whiteboards are glossier. They have more texture that you can even the slightest different changes in the light around it create way more texture. And then I just started doing like, I don't even need to use photos. I can just do that. But yeah, with me being so small in the frame, I kind of wanted to evoke a little bit of like, you know, my second album. I must escape, but have a good stream. I believe in you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Casey. Have a good rest of your workday. I believe in you as well. The reason I say I believe in you to people when they leave is because of Casey. Anyway, I've basically said everything I need to say about this.
I've dabbled in theory entropy. I can make a monster out of your memory of me.
Yeah. There's a really dense vocal harmony under that too.
Make a profit till you wanna remember me. Remember me.
There's actually a part that I didn't use because it made the harmony too dense.
I dabbled in theory entropy. I can make a monster out of your memory of me. Make a profit till you wanna remember me. Remember me. Me.
Yeah, I can't actually hear what difference that makes.
I dabbled in theory entropy. I can.
But at some point I decided it was too much. It's nice seeing you again. I'm back out here. I'm gonna try to be streaming more. Either like I do the after parties and the retrospective shit on YouTube because it's easy to have that in the library with, you know, to immediately follow up premieres and stuff. But I'm trying to stream on Twitch regularly. The EP's cover is like a non-ominous version of Skuro's distant fursuit photos. Wow! Yeah. Yeah! Yeah. There's other little bits about this. If I could, can I open image in new tab? I'm gonna move on to the next song after this, but I just want to point out. At the time, the numbers for the address of the house were like crooked and falling off because we were about to replace the door, and it's just like you just see like this sideways 0 and this other like tilted 0, and I really liked that. I really liked those being the only two numbers you could fucking see. I like there's a little bit of lens distortion to the photo. And that's, you know, that's my childhood home. It's being sold this year. So, that's another, like, the emotional thing that I had to get through, with doing this was, you know, I'm kind of going back through memories and all these songs that I recorded at this house. You know, it was the start, the early era, the start of everything. I need to find... Where's turn back? I gotta make sure I'm opening the right turn back. Turn back is not too layered. It is very long though. I won't spend much time on it because I don't want to spend much time on it because it hurts. Close. This song is the one that was not on so far, but was actually on an older demo album that I had called Trying Too Hard, that I put out when I was 18 years old, consisting of songs I was writing from like age 16 to 18, and under a different artist name, before I just decided to embrace that like Case was the name that everybody gave me. It's kind of just the one I ended up with. And I was like, I gotta lean into that. It just sounds, it's simpler. It's less edgy. So, this was from that. Originally, the song was about different family issues, but I wanted to I think I sort of, there's a lot that is assumed and there is a lot that is presumed, like, a lot of my songs are about being fucked up and trying to get over that, right? A lot of the songs are about dealing with the effects of that. A lot of the songs are about how you interpret things around you because of being fucked up. How you deal with other people because of being fucked up. You know, there's a community mandated name change, yeah. The thing was, my username came from the word kakesu, which is the Japanese word for this bird. I thought it meant blue jay, but it turns out it doesn't necessarily mean blue jay. It refers to a bird called the Eurasian jay. Yeah, this bird. Which, if you notice, has the color scheme of my fursona. So, I was Kakesu for a while, Kakesu, and that got shortened to Kesu, and then that got shortened to Case. So since people were saying Case and just pronouncing it Case, I just decided to spell it that way for my artist name. And for I think the first username that I had where I spelled it that way was Fade Into Case on Tumblr in like 2011. So, how old was I in 2011? I would have been 16? No. Yeah. Ah. This is at 7 minutes and 40-something seconds. This is my longest song. It feels like it is as long as it needs to be. Originally, the piano... We're not going to listen through this whole thing. I'm just going to start breaking it down. Being fucked up and having your perception affected by it is what hooked me and I originally found your music. Yeah, so this song is sort of just kind of actually... This is the last original Hi, I'm Case song I'm gonna fucking write. And I feel like if the point of everything, of all the other songs, was to, you know, give the game away, to just say what the fuck I'm talking about, this song was sort of my chance to just do that directly, as like, let me spell this out for you. Let me spell out what I'm dealing with. And ultimately what that means is it's a song about how people can relate with their traumatic experiences, and it is especially alienating if people that share similar traumatic experiences to you cannot relate to you whatsoever. It's a lot harder to find, like, context and a way to ground yourself. And that's the idea. That's the broad strokes. The lyrics are a lot more specific than that.
It's easier to say the words until I'm sure the message gets through. What happened that day? It lurks in every bad decision I chose, but I don't wanna hide in illusions of a past before the hurt cracked. Maybe it's my luck or something close to it, that I don't have a time to turn back. I can't turn back. How saw stuffed animals and smiles. Remember hearing birds stop by the olive tree outside. Snapshots through blurry windows, flash of time. It's a shame where all this leads. See, I don't like most of my early memories. There's just a few and then too many tears to see. Not even two, then years before I knew to speak. Had to set my own self free. So I learned to speak, just to speak out. A year went by until I figured how I made it out of the hall. And I cried out to you all, now you can't handle me. It's harder now to say the words, unless I'm sure the message gets through. Bend me till I break. It lurks. I had to learn the words to tell you, but I don't get to hide in illusions of a past before the hurt cracked. Maybe it's my luck or something close to it, that I don't have a time to turn back. I can't go back. I can't go back. I can't go back. Can you see my love?
Stop. So, here's the thing. The song pretty much tells the story. There's not a whole lot I have to really say about the input that went into this. I think the song kind of speaks for itself. I don't think any amount that I try to extrapolate the meaning really is productive in any way. But to put it simpler, I've long come to the conclusion that the reason I've ended up the way that I have and found myself in the place that I am is because I only have two memories, like early memories. I was still beginning to form memories. Like, you know, you have a first memory. There's the few just vague things, vague concepts that you'll recall from being a barely conscious infant. There's two. One of them is being buried by a pile of stuffed animals by my family and like popping out of it and everybody's like smiling and laughing. That's one memory. And then the next, I think this is an earlier memory, actually, is just watching birds on the bird feeder hanging from the tree outside and trying to imitate the sounds they made. And it was the last time in my life that I can remember feeling present. I feel like the worst thing that happened as a result of, you know, the thing that tainted the rest of my, like, formative early memories from being, like, a toddler. Is that I had to learn how to tell somebody, and learning that even if I tried to tell somebody, they wouldn't understand or they wouldn't believe me, and it would keep happening. And so, like, I was still learning to put sentences together. Like, I learned to string sentences together, usually watching The Bird Feeder, and this is the room that the TV was in. I remember wanting to learn to speak, and wanting to learn to speak out of fear. Like, I had to learn how to do this shit. Everybody else around me is communicating, and I'm not, and I need to. Imagine having that feeling at 1. So, a lot of people that have really early childhood trauma in some way, they get there's a lot of, like, age regression fantasies, and there's a lot of things that revolve around that. And there's a lot of, neotennis pertained juvenility in, especially in the furry community, you know? It's all about being playful. Some of that comes from wanting to, you know, give up the seriousness of adulthood, return to something before shit hit the fan, before shit got real for you, before responsibility is stacked up, before you lost that. And the thing that has stuck with me is that I can't relate because I don't have a time where there's no before for me. There's two vague concepts: soft animals and bird song. Just moments, just experiences. There's no other way I could have ended up than becoming a furry musician. I found a unique setting in which my mind is at peace. And a lot of people will understand in their own way. But there's certain feelings and significances and symbolism and things that I see, that I feel, that I'll never really be able to communicate. The worst thing that this has left me with is if I feel like I'm not being listened to, if I feel like there is an issue and I'm not being taken seriously, you know, I'll go apeshit. Because I remember how it felt. So, the symbolism seeps through in all of these feelings, every track in this song is in, like, everything is intentional. Everything is, it's seeping through. There's this bridge. The chords start kind of simple. It throws a melody that clashes with the chords that were there. And then the chords start getting a little denser. And denser. And then they simplify. I think this chorus hits the hardest out of any of the choruses in any song. I feel like the build up to it. I also did a thing, I didn't want another whole bar after. I wanted it to feel like it needed to take a breath after the bridge. And so I gave it a bar of 6/4. So there's an extra 2 beats. 1, 2, 3, 4.
It's easier to say the words until I'm sure the message gets through.
The guitars are pretty straightforward. I have, you know, big fuck off guitar doing the, oh God, what the fuck is that song? What is that song I'm thinking of? It's one of those fucking 90s pop punk songs. It's got these chords. Fuck. What is it? I'm never gonna be able to think of it, but I'm doing those chords. It's the same, you know, it's just following the chords that the piano is doing. Then this, I have a bunch of overlaid arpeggiations. There's a little fuck up there, but there's like 100 tracks in this song, so I don't care. Welcome, Saxon. Oh. You know where that's from? I know you hear it. I know you hear it, Zerwa. I know you're hearing what I'm hearing, but I also can't identify because it's like, it's not Fat Lip. It's not, oh fuck, it's not The Middle. But it's like one of those, like from that era. You know what I mean? Fuck. So this is the guitar pattern from the ending song of my second album, Themes. I kind of sneak it in the arpeggiations on the guitar here. Doubling the piano line on the guitar, just really crunchy, really fucking dense at the very end when everything's built up. Forever suffering from a terminal case of I know that sound but never finding the song. Yeah, I can't even remember any of the lyrics. I made a lot of conscious choices in the piano part. Originally, it starts with this just sort of reaching upward. All of the chord structure reaches upward, and then it gets to this part where it trips. Dun, 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 and it adds that extra note end. From there, after the trip, and for most of the rest of the song, it stops being the original piano part, and the top note changes to a dissonant chord. And that happens 2 bars in. So what anybody who remembers this song would remember is the original piano track. It trips and then turns into this dissonant version for the rest of the song after that, after 2 bars. And it still sounds like the song, but it's just, there's more complexity to it now. I use dissonance a lot here. In the chorus, or this is actually the verse, I have this falling sort of melody with a pedal tone on top. And there's a lot of seconds that occur. And I sort of save some of the dissonance, but once it gets to the chorus, it's in the second half of the chorus. Like, I set up the chords for the chorus similarly to C'est la vie, just draw them out, the whole length of what those chords need to be. And then after 2 repetitions of that, da, da. Now, because of the way that these 2 melodies are moving against each other, wow. Excuse me. Because of the way these 2 themes are moving against each other, da, 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 like, runs up against the da, 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 da. And so they clash. Da, da, da. And you start seeing this falling down into this dissonant grind. This part brings back a little bit, very quietly, it brings back the original top of the piano that I took out and mostly gave to the guitars. That used to be how the original was, just that the whole time, over anytime you would hear this part. But I don't like that. I like it when the piano is just doing the left hand. Another obvious thing about the structure of the piano part, can anyone identify the obvious inspiration in what the piano part is like drawing from? Because I've drawn from it a lot. I've done similar like do-do-do-do, like walk-up bass things, but this one has a specific rhythm to it. Oh, of course, there's a fuck off intro.
Hurt myself today to see if I still feel. I focus on the pain.
Yeah, I don't want to listen to too much of that. I remember the original being different. Whatever. I think actually the Johnny Cash version Yeah, this one has it. Hurt. I'm quoting Hurt. The second time the dissonance comes around in the chorus, it vamps a little faster, hits the dissonant chords a little bit harder. So there's this, you know, dun 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 dun, dun, almost like a, you know, the minor second like that is one of the more threatening intervals, and there's just, it just sneaks in halfway through the chorus and just makes everything more tense. And then you even it out, put it away, and it comes back. The strings that go along with this, they're very down-mixed. If I had more time and more money, I would have hired the Ukrainian string quintet that I got to do Astrocartographer. But the string arrangement is almost, it's from memory, but it's damn near close to the original. I also have a high ambient pad, a little bit of organ, a little bit of mellotron. Machine mellotron, this says. Hellfreeze organ, this says. That just says synth organ. So I pulled some presets from a couple other songs of mine and fucked with them. Where's the piano? There it is. Yeah, let's just hear how this builds harmonically. The guitars are really fucking out of tune with the rest of the song. But everything is so dense you kinda... Oh, there's the ooh vocals. Yeah, and then at the very end of the bridge, it turns into the bridge from Monsters Nearby. The song, as it gets toward the end, spawns the monster. It literally... Hang on, do I have the instrumental for that? Could I just, like... Why are you big? Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Yeah. and then the vocals and the chord progression there. Have a good day, JM. Thanks for stopping by. I feel like those O's, the high note on those was probably what I put the most effort into this whole song. Yeah.
It's easier to say the words until I'm sure the message gets through. And every single day it hurts. Every time I burn a short fuse. No, I don't get to hide in illusions of a life before the unsound. I wasted all this time just getting through it, in the hopes I'd find a turnaround. Still hear it loud.
And now, the round vocals on this, yeah, it's actually, they're in a group called 724 Vocals.
I let you down.
I'm doing a melody from what was originally the ending of a track called 724, which is from the same demo album that this is from.
It's harder now.
Where are they?
Still
Oh, here.
hear it loud.
But I changed the lyrics.
It's all around. I let you down. It's harder now. Try moving on.
And then the original track, let's see if I can find it. I know I can find it. The original track did have the same like vocal solo thing at the end. Let me see if I can find it, where it is. Yeah, it's the original ending. So, like, there's, you know, I hear that vocal solo from back then. And I'm like, okay, I need to put, like, emotion into that instead of just trying to go for notes. And what ended up happening, so I do that one once. I think that's the longest I've held a note in any song. From, let's see, 646 to 653. Wait, 646 to 653, that's like 7 seconds. No, I've held notes for longer than that. It's the highest note I've held for 7 seconds, certainly. And then I had to double it. And that just gets like blended in as it goes on. And it goes from being like really in your face to being out and abstract. And then there's the birds. That was just recorded on my phone. That's just a voice memo. It was just the birds by the house. It was sunset. It was just a time a bunch of birds were chattering. And I wanted it to fade. I wanted it to fade not on a resolution, but on the very beginning. And then get lost in birdsong. The reason that I gave the piano part to the guitars, especially in the intro, where are they? Yeah. I actually played these one then the other. So one side. So they ping pong back and forth. Because I wanted to create the effect of birds answering each other. Then I add some upper harmonies.
Too many lifetimes, yet the time keeps passing on. Days.
Another interesting thing about this is the lead vocals. The lead vocals never have harmonies. The lead melody that you hear all the way through, there's some octave doubles. There's some like straight up doubles that are all the same melody. There are no voices that are harmonizing with the main melody. Any of the harmonic vocal pads are separate and doing their own thing. The background vocals have harmonies. The lead vocal does not have any harmonies through the entirety of the song. Even in the bridge, when it's like the biggest, all of these are the same part. I have a center double that is, I guess, only used at the very end, actually. But it's just center, left, and right. And the only harmonies that you hear are just doing their own thing separate to that part. And they're kind of doing the same sort of thing that the piano is, where they're starting like more consonant and falling into dissonance.
this haunted road so wrong.
Is that a metaphor for, I mean, in the simplest terms, I wanted the lead vocals to feel alone. I wanted them to feel, you know, like nothing is there to sweeten their presence. You know, nothing is, there's nothing extra about like the lead melody. Voices and harmonies and all that stuff happens elsewhere in the arrangement, but I wanted there to be only like, and for the first 2/3 of the song, there's not even left-right doubles. There's only left-right doubles on it for like the bridge and the last chorus. I wanted the vocals to be alone. At least the lead melody, where all the lyrics are. I don't know about support, the oohs are clashing with everything.
Lock myself in empty rooms and still feel no safety.
Everything is dissonant. Everything is fucking out of tune in the bridge.
I can't believe in you.
Like, it just builds to this fucking chord mashing.
Why I hide away and sing my sorrows dry. For a moment only all is right.
By the end of that, that's like noise with a root note, you know? Like, it's bittersweet, but depth fitting for the themes. Yeah, I mean, like I said, every single, and this is what I'm explaining, every single fucking thing I did for this has intention. I used the guitar as the fade in for this one instead of a cymbal. And then I have a big, huge, all drum hit.
Say the words.
When I got that clap mix figured out, oh my god. That, like, you know, it sold the whole fucking...
Easier to say the words until I'm sure the message gets through.
Is it this? It's this. That is a gated reverb and a squeeze compressor on that clap. And it just, it's the fucking, it's the sauce.
It's easier to say the words until I'm sure the message gets through. And every single day.
It's little things like that. Like, it's not the snare that makes that part, like, stand out. Like, if you take the clap away,
It's easier to say the words until I'm sure the message gets through.
there's no weight to that. There's some,
And every
but that,
single day, it hurts. Every time I burn a short fuse. No, I don't get to hide in illusions.
and the snare and the clap are allowed to fall off from each other, but when they both lock in, it's like, poof, it's so good. It makes the whole drum sound what it is. But this song was really fucking difficult for me to record. It took a really fucking heavy emotional toll on me. My last relationship ended because I was too depressed during recording it. I couldn't handle it, and I'm used to things like that. So that's Turn Back, the last original High M Case song that I will probably ever write. Where is the last one? That would bring us to... That's Alex's, that's Alex's, that's Alex's. Child periods and side effects. This one is This one is essentially just, well, it started as me taking the original tracks from trial periods and putting it into the Sleep project. You can actually see in the top of the title of the bar here, it says Sleep New as the name of the project. And there's actually a lot of recording from the original Sleep that's still in the project, like the bass line and everything. Future songs released under different names. Yeah, Case Jackal is going to be where my next immediate thing is, and then I don't want to tease the name of the next thing yet. I don't want to say anything about the next thing yet. But if you've noticed that my persona is getting less prominent in my music videos and another character, which is me, but more bombastic and magenta, expect more from that character, among others, is all I will say. Mystery. It's not really a mystery. I feel like there's a fun surprise for later. It's something that if for like the old school fans, for the ones that were around for like the ARGs, and the early fiction that I used to post, it's going to feel like it's going to feel like the story that was never told, essentially. And it's going to be I'm done with the journaling thing. I have other stories to tell. And I'm going to do it through a new project. This here is 149 tracks. Even as 2 songs combined, it is only 149 tracks. Impressive. OMG, it's making a comeback. Yeah, JC Detroya will get their time in the spotlight. That's Trash doing the cool stuff for the ARG. It was so fun to see what the others had found for it. I want to do something similar. I don't want to say too much, because I don't know what this is going to how all-encompassing this is going to be. But if you remember the shit that I used to do, where things would sort of be integrated across, you know, YouTube and then hints through social media, and then like all of this content was sort of, you know, part of the same story and same narrative, including the things that someone found, that someone drove, I think, 4 hours to go find my geocache on fucking 420 69th Street. Like, all of that was part of a mythos. And Case Jackal has been exploring that myth, like the artist name, like the stuff I published through that, has been sort of exploring that other mythos. But it's been, you know, I'm doing the songs, you know, and it's gods and whatnot that are the voices and they're telling you about their perspective of metaphysics as it relates to the etc. verses, etc., etc., etc. I'm just gonna do something in universe. I'm gonna do an album in universe as the character. And saying that is not even giving away what it is. But there's going to be more. I've been working on the next thing. And I hope I can get to do it. This song I wrote in my friend Chris's guest bedroom with this guitar, with this 12-string guitar. that was given to me as a gift before I went off to California. I didn't end up living in California all too long. So I remember picking this guitar out and playing it in Chris's guest bedroom, and I was like, well, before I move back, like, if I don't get anything out of this guitar, it was kind of a waste. So I just started playing, like, basically like Sleep, but backwards. So I did that and took... kind of flipped the riff inside out. And then I came up with this, I don't know what possessed me, but this chord, that sequence. And that little tail was like, oh, fuck. That, I don't know why, that sums up the feeling I have right now. The fact that this follows Turn Back, I think, makes the futility of the comment, "Earth to God, we're running out of sun, and it's far too long a trip back to square one." I feel like that has entirely new context, like, after following Turn Back, which is, like, interesting to me. But I dug this 12-string out, and where this song starts with the original tracks, the original recordings from the mix that was on my first album, and it slowly adds other guitars. So it starts with, those are the guitars I recorded back then. Where's the vocals? Not there. There it is. I gotta, like, hide a bunch of these tracks. Yeah, so then all of the signatures come in, you know? We got the loose spring synth that I abused the fuck out of on Sleep. This is an interesting one. This was recorded on my laptop microphone at my old house on the piano there. And then I just stretched it to time adjust it a little bit, so it's got a little bit of quantization. And it's crunchy, and it only really works as like a vague thing in the background. But I want it to sound like, I wanted it to have that crunchy laptop mic artifacting thing going on in the background, because I wanted to kind of have that implication, paint the audible picture of, like, you know, the process, the demoing process, the imperfect, impermanent stage of doing all this. And then when the piano comes in, it's the CP80. My fucking signature piano sound, basically. And we get 12 string on the... So the guitars, like, just are way fucking thicker. And now, all of the backup vocals are new. You can see this whole... I did all this just like on an SM58, listening back to actually the old vocals. If you look and you see here, red, the reddish orange, is going to be stuff from like the original recording. I selected different takes for a lot of it though. You can kind of see a lot of take chopping there. I actually went back and fucked around with what takes you're hearing of the vocals. Even though they're recordings from 10 years ago, the version you hear on this is actually different than the vocals that ended up on the one 10 years ago. Slightly. And the pink on top is what I recorded a couple months ago. And then that's me now. I fucked up the lyrics. I didn't have them in front of me, and I fucked up the lyrics, but I realized, like, that kind of just solidifies it as, like, oh, this is a different performance. Like...
But listen, so far I'm broken, that's a given. I guess I'm not the only one who's lost my mind.
Also, thanks for showing up, Saxon. Glad you could make it. I'm starting to get tired. I've been doing this too long.
I'll show through blood and sweat and tears, much more than time somehow. Till I'm sure I've done my best to clear the haze. But I'm only as upright as my energy allows. My blind still shut since I've seen better days.
I used the two vocals from... Even though there's a different word, I just roll with it. I think it's funny that I say still in the new one. That just, I didn't think about that. But it's like, yeah, 10 years later.
Could you turn the lights back on inside my head? 'Cause I'm
There's a little fucking octave up. Turn the lights back on in the background.
on inside my...
And that's the, oh, that's not it. Where is it? Turn the lights back on.
Could you turn
I think it's
the
this.
lights back on inside my head?
Just fucking super down mixed.
'Cause I'm pulling out of the dive I took, and I'm unfamiliar, so tell me where to look. I'll be straightening my hopes out under stacks of unused books until my fever dreams are understood. I'll come back to life.
So for this part, the center vocals are, you know, what I recorded recently. The doubles on left and right are the originals.
Back to life when the sun kicks in.
And then the backup vocals are all new.
Where to look? I'll be straightening my hopes out under stacks of unused books until my fever dreams are understood.
How many parts is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 part harmony. It's really down mixed in the final. But it ends up just being texture.
Of the dive I took, and I'm unfamiliar, so tell me where to look. I'll be straightening my hopes out
Under stacks of unused books, until my fevered dreams are understood. I'm pretty proud of that line. I didn't really rewrite many of the lyrics for this. I just kind of went for it. All right, any old heads in here? Can you tell what I'm doing with the guitar solo? Because it was really fun to come up with. This guitar right next to me that I recorded most of this EP with, and that I've been recording new stuff with, is a Gretsch. The first guitar that I ever had, let me get it. Ugh. This here is called a PV Predator. It is a PV knockoff Strat. It has stacked humbuckers in each of these, so they look like single coils, but they're not. This was the first guitar I ever had. And I don't really like it. But like, I know it better than any other guitar I have. Like, even if it's not as easy to play as other guitars I have, I just know this one the best. So, I haven't been playing the Gretsch for that long. I wanted to do an interesting juxtaposition where I have dueling guitar solos. One of them being a guitar that I know really well, and one of them being a guitar I'm just still kind of getting the grips of. And they're trading melodies from 10 years worth of songs I've written.
start over until we're headed back to fine again.
724. Yes, I tried the blue pill, 9 times what I should have had. I've dabbled in theory entropy. Sometimes I can't find my pulse or signs that I'm awake. I'm dead tired, dead tired, but there's monsters nearby. I don't think I'm gonna open the door right now. I'm building ships and bottles. And it keeps going. No, I can't see you once and then just leave. Of us don't like how the world turns. And the weed joke solo. You tried though. And then lightning. Then petrichor. Then royalty. And then the Gretsch is playing the sleep solo. As it slowly fades out. And then it does the oh, 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 oh at the end, while the other one does the sleep motif. And then the PV, I'm harmonizing. So one of them does the sleep motif and one of them does the fucking C'est la vie motif. So, And that was going to be the end. That was going to be the end of the song. And just ending it on that with the oh, 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 and have that be like, yep, okay, that's it. But I went back to my notes and I found in my notes app really early on, I found another verse I didn't use, and I didn't use the rest of the verse. The song already has 1.5 minutes taken up by a guitar solo. I couldn't add any more. But the pre-chorus line that was there just seemed fucking perfect for like this album in particular, and as like a conclusion to everything. The whole, you know, all of the themes from C'est La Vie being about like, oh, I need to fucking get my shit together, I need to get up and get moving more, to Turn Back being like, I need to stop worrying about other people think about me, to, you know, Smoke Damage about dealing with, you know, surviving death, and Turn Back being about trauma, and then getting to this after, you know, as a 10-year revision EP. And the thought that I had coming back to this initially was perfectly summed up in, but earth to God, you've said enough. There's still time to do the things I should have done. And I thought about ending it on the unresolved chord. I thought about leaving it unresolved and having it fade out, or leaving it unresolved and like Friends, like Friends from the, I think that's from my third album. It just ends. But instead, I went back to my house and I used the same laptop microphone to record this little outro that I didn't do the first time.
To do the things I should have done.
It resolves to a G sus2. Or a G add 9, actually. I think it's a G add 9, actually. And that's it. That's the end. I didn't want to add any sound effects. I didn't want to add any, like, whatever, like throw the mic at the... Just fade out with nothing but the guitar I wrote the song on. And the piano at my house, in the room it is at my house where I started writing music in the first place. And that's it. That is the entirety of Again, broken down. There's a couple more things I could talk about. I mean, the bass line's pretty groovy. The bass lines on all of these are pretty boilerplate, I'm gonna be real. I just kind of tried to groove with them.
The dark heaven, you know, throw off the aches and pains that
Let's listen to this one once through. Again, I'm gonna take a bio break, then I'm gonna come back and talk about some stuff before end of stream. Let's go.
I'll come back to life when the sun kicks in, and I'll wipe my eyes where the dark has been, and I'll throw off the aches and pains that kept me pinned until it's over, until I'm headed back to find again. Stabs hurt harder than words. Sometimes I try to keep that in mind. The pen is sharper than the words it writes, and the marks they leave fade in half as much time. Let's drift away and back again. I've only dropped enough just to hold on. I might look forward to relief, but not the end. Almost enough, just not all that went wrong. But earth to God, we're running out of sun, and it's far too long a trip back to square one. I'm pulling out of the dive I took, and I'm unfamiliar, so tell me where to look. I'm hanging off the wall on its weakest hook, until someone dares to tell me I've done good. A lack of words can clear your vision. Apologies seem too far-fetched to try, but listen, so far I'm broken, that's a given. I guess I'm not the only one who's lost my mind. I'll show through blood and sweat and tears, much more than time somehow, till I'm sure I've done my best to clear the haze. But I'm only as upright as my energy allows. My blind still shut since I've seen better days. But earth to God, I'm asking you again, could you turn the lights back on inside my head? 'Cause I'm pulling out of the dive I took, and I'm unfamiliar, so tell me where to look. I'll be straightening
I do get a kick out of the guitar solos whenever I hear them. Like, the whole time I was working on it, I was like, yeah, it's cool. I like the effect that the laptop piano ended up having on everything. Is my laptop dead? Yeah. There are probably, I want to say like 25% of the tracks I've recorded as high-end case are unreleased, and they're on Patreon, and they're all covers. And the rest of the releases that you're going to be hearing from me are covers or old unreleased stuff that didn't fit on anything. I'll probably be giving those all YouTube uploads. I might be giving some single drops. I may remaster a song or two and redrop them as a single in the future. I may do music videos for some of these songs in the future. I may readapt these songs from High-End Case in new ways, in new contexts, in ways that people have implied I should for a while. I may do these things. But for now, creatively, I think I've musically said all I want to say. I've musically established the character. And I've gotten really good at whatever my sound is. I feel like I can accomplish the things I want to create auditorily. And there's no more room to grow, I feel like. Like the things that I wanted to do with another especially, I really like the MV for Ties and a few others you did back in the day, hoping to see more. There's an idea that I've had to sort of redo the Ties video in a different like a spiritual successor to it. Maybe part of my next thing. But we'll see. Who knows? Man. So, sorry, it's just hitting me. Hi, how's stream? Hello, Spoonie. When are you streaming? Are you streaming in like 10 minutes? I forget. Because I just got through track breakdowns on all of the songs. So I'm just winding down and wrapping up here. There's no sound under me. Here, let me just solo the 12 string.
Sun kicks in.
Seven. Oh, okay. I'm picking up Casey in a second. Ah, I see. Casey stopped in here on her break. Raylan, it's trying to translate your messages in the chat. It added an extra ha in the translation. I don't know why it's doing that. That's weird. Can I turn that off? Who cares? Awesome. Yeah. Stream's been a vibe. However, I forgot to fucking hit start recording, so I don't have multi-audio... I don't have multi-track audio VOD. I was gonna cut this up into things, and it'll be a little harder. But that's fine. What? That's bizarre. What do you mean? It's bizarre that I didn't click a button? It doesn't record unless you click the start record button, you see. I forgot to do that because there's 3 buttons I gotta click now if I stream on YouTube. But yeah. That's the album. That's the album, and that's honestly fucking it for I Am Case. I have nothing, you know, thank you. Thank you is all I can say. I've just been doing this shit on Patreon for 10 years. And I'm gonna keep putting stuff out through Patreon. It's just not gonna be high-end case anymore. But like I said before, I started writing songs for this project, for this artist name, like as this in mind, like, oh, that's bizarre. Oh, I was doing something. Okay, there's so much latency. I can't tell what, I move on to another subject. But, thank you. Thanks to everybody for, listening to my stuff. For, for allowing me to fill a void in my soul that is, you know, there for better or for worse. I feel heard. I don't give a fuck about being seen. I don't need to feel seen. But feeling heard is more important to me. And, I've gotten a lot of signs of people that'll hear my stuff, they'll like my stuff. They may not totally understand my stuff, but they feel it. They have their own understanding, their own significance. And ultimately, under that, the feeling is the same. I'm glad that through, you know, the formative years of my adulthood and up to now, I've been able to have a chance to be heard. It's gotten me into some wild situations. It's gotten me some absurd opportunities. And I don't know about successes, but I don't know if that was ever really what I was after. (16 to 32) I think is a good run to be in one phase of your life. That's how I feel. And I'm grateful. You know, if you think about like what Smoke Damage was about and like how that was sort of the first song of mine that blew up, how everything, you know, my ability to do any of this shit is partially because of like what that song's been able to do for me, offering me a little bit of support and a little bit of a safety net, which is incredible. Like that, you know, coming from such a dark place, ended up having the most benefit out of anything I've ever written otherwise. But, no, after getting to the end, I am immensely grateful for the 10 years that I didn't miss. And, as much as the world sucks, there are experiences to be had. There are still more things to be surprised by, more things to be amazed by. More things that happen that you won't realize until later. Or an incredible story that's unique to you. And I hope that that philosophy has come across in what I've put out. You know, it's 10 years of putting the stuff out on streaming, but it's half my life. And I'm still gonna keep making music. So it's like, you know, it's hard to get, but like 10 years is a long fucking time. And to me, I'm just grateful I survived. And sometimes that's all you have to be. You know? And sometimes it's all you can be. It's gonna suck if, when, whatever, if or when you're ever in a position where you feel like survival is the only thing you're fighting for. For me, it's always helped to know that I can. To know that despite the weird situations I've been put in, the weird circumstances I've felt the consequences of, like, I think you just have to be grateful you survived sometimes. And that's it. Life is going to be changing a lot for me soon. And I'm going to be adjusting. I wanted to front load that a little bit. I wanted to process some stuff before I don't have the chance to. And I'm grateful that I've been able to... I'm grateful that the way that I used to process it has been so meaningful to so many other people out there. I love you all. But I need to do myself a favor and go the fuck to sleep. Have a good rest of your evening, everybody. And watch Mal Makanapa. I play a great cat boy. I also voice direct the show. It's good. Good luck. Keep climbing. Don't look down.